Ladies and gentlemen, on site, we are online or welcoming the opening of review meeting of ROC's second report under the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities. Once again, happy to be joined by all the members of the International Review Committee and the representatives of the Taiwan ROC government officers and NGOs. Let's put our hand together to our members of the International Review Committee. Thank you very much for joining us once again this year. Thank you. Also, feel free to take the usage of headset in front of you to utilize simultaneous interpretation. Next, without further ado, I would like to present the distinguished guest joining us for the opening ceremony. First of all, we have Premier Su Zhenchang with us, ROC Taiwan. Thank you very much for your coming. Spokesperson of Executive Yuan and the Minister without Portfolio, ROC Taiwan. Convener of International IRC, Minister without Portfolio, ROC Taiwan. Head of Delegation of ROC Taiwan, Government Minister and Health and Welfare. Minister of Economic Affairs, ROC Taiwan, Madame Wang Meihua. Deputy Chair Wang Rongzhang and 6 members of National Human Rights Commission, ROC Taiwan. Thank you so much for joining us today. Also joining us, we have 6 ambassadors and representatives of foreign embassies and offices here in ROC Taiwan. Would you please all stand up and let us welcome you and say hi to us? All the representatives and ambassadors, please stand up. Thank you so much for joining us. Last but not least, the members of International Review Committee. Professor Osamu Nagase from Japan. Ms. Jenny Marr from Australia. Also from Australia, we have Professor Kim Chen. Professor Kim. Also, you can see on the big screen right now, we have 2 other members joining us virtually on the line. First of all, is from Canada, we have Mr. Richler. And also from UK, Dr. Oliver Lewis from UK. Welcome. Once again, thank you very much, all the RRC members and the guests of honors. Next, to kick off the opening remark, we would like to invite Minister Xue Yuan from Minister of Health and Welfare. Premier Su and spokesperson Mr. Luo, National Human Rights Committee member. As well as Today, we have three guests of honors from abroad. Mr. Nagase, the chairman, also two other IRC members on the line from Australia and Canada with us to participate this CRPD National Report Review meeting, and also the participants on the side who attend the opening ceremony. Ladies and gentlemen, representatives from the Association of Disabilities, ladies and gentlemen, greetings. I think this is part of our sincere welcome. We have guests of honor from abroad, and also we have participated in this very important review. This is the second state report for CRPD. I think here in Taiwan, although we are not a member of United Nations, however, we are very sincere. We also commit to improve our human rights. And also we would like to recognize the spirit of CRPD. And we would like to embed the CRPDs into our local regulation. So this is why we are here to welcome the international review. So this is also to demonstrate that Taiwan is also participate the international organizations, and that we really have the intention to improve the human rights. And we want to demonstrate our commitment and with further improvements. The issues of human rights is always very important. However, there's no such things called perfect status. Only getting better and better. Nothing is so-called the best and perfect. When I entered this venue, I saw outside the venue we have the persons with disabilities to participate in this meeting and organize this exhibition on the corridors. This is also reflect the Article 30 of CRPD for the people with disabilities to engage the culture and the recreation sports. So with that, I would like to invite you to take your time during the break to visit the booths and the exhibition on the corridors. Last but not least, I would like to once again welcome all the guests of honors and distinguished guests to give us the advice for the following 3 days. And I wish you all good health and all the best. I wish this review conference a complete success. Thank you very much. Thank you, Minister Xue Ruiyuan, Minister of Health and Welfare. Thank you once again. Next, we would like to invite the International Review Commissioner to give us a few remarks. Next, I would like to welcome Professor Kim to share a few words with us. 我们今天参与这个审查会议的过程。
a little bit like Nelson Mandela, who overcame so many impossible problems to become the President of South Africa. He wrote a book called The Long Road to Freedom, and I think this has parallels for where we stand right now in Taiwan, all of us. He says, when we climb a great hill, we can stand here looking at the great vista that surrounds us, how far we have come, how much we have achieved. And he says, I can see how far we have come, but I cannot stay in this place because there are many more hills to climb. May you work on climbing those hills through these next few days, and we certainly will be helping you to come to the next few hills and to surpass them. Thank you.
Thank you very much to Miss Janet Moore from Australia. 非常谢谢来自于澳洲的委员。Thank you once again. Our next member of the International Review Committee is with us online. We'd like to welcome.
Next, we would like to invite the reviewer from online from Canada, Ms. Diane Richler.
Your documents. And I think that what's really important about this review is that even though you're not obliged to do it under international law, you take the words of the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities very seriously. More than a evaluation or a judgment, this review is really a time for reflection. It's a chance for government and civil society to put your perspectives forward from two different points of view, and for us as the International Review Committee to try to interpret how your various perspectives can be brought together to improve the lives of persons with disabilities in Taiwan. Once again, I thank you for this honor to be included. I look forward to our deliberations this week. Thank you.
Thank you so much to Diane. We hope.
Thank you, Diane. We hope to see you very soon in person. And next, we would like to invite Dr. Oliver Lewis with us from the UK. Let's welcome Oliver Lewis from UK.
It's yours, please.
Thank you very much. Good morning from the UK. It's even earlier here. It's 2:30 in the morning. But nevertheless, not the early start notwithstanding, I'm very honoured to have been asked to participate in this International Review Committee process. And how impressive such a rich and participatory domestic process. I'd also like to add my thanks to the organisers of this week, to the very many governmental representatives who have written parts of the state reports that we've read so carefully. Thank you very much to the National Human Rights Commission and especially to the non-governmental organisations and persons with disabilities whose contributions have already been invaluable. I'm sorry I'm unable to be there with you in person this time, but I'm really looking forward to learning more, engaging more over the next few days. And I very much hope to be able to go to Taiwan at some stage and meet you all and perhaps work together on further implementing the convention. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much to Oliver. We hope you.
Thank you very much. I know that you are very early, it's 2:30. Thank you very much to join us.
我们致辞，我们热烈掌声欢迎苏院长。Next.
Next, please welcome our Premier Su Zhenchang, ROC Taiwan, to the stage. Minister Chia from the Ministry of Health and Welfare, ministers, review committee members, online and on-site, NHRC committee members, ambassadors, representatives, friends and partners, good morning. Human rights is universal around the world. It is beyond the borders. In 1948, Human Rights Declaration was passed in the United Nations. Taiwan, although is not one of the states in the United Nations, but because of our respect to human rights and commitment to our human rights, we as a nation especially make a lot of efforts to promote related issues relating to human rights. We already initiated the making of the laws pertaining to 5 major human rights conventions. And during this time, we also revised 545 related regulations and acts. And we also make sign language as one of the languages in the nation. In the Executive Yuan, we established Transformed Justice Human Rights Office. And in different areas, we also have set up regulations to implement different acts. We invited experts to be the member of the review committee. So I would like to thank you, every committee member, very much. For 3 of you, you come and travel to Taiwan during the pandemic. So thank you very much to make this special trip. And I would like to appreciate you on behalf of the government of Taiwan. For 2 committee members, they joined us online, but they joined us in the very early morning, their time. So we really appreciate your efforts as well. So we can see that 5 of the 5 committees have made their commitments to review the national report. I believe that there are still a lot of room for us as a government to improve. So thank you for every member of the National Human Rights Commission of Taiwan to continue to monitor and supervise our progress. We will have 3 days of the review meeting. There's a lot of work, so I would like to once again thank you from every field to join this mission. Let us all together continue to commit to the promotion of human rights. We will not ever be perfect, but as long as we keep moving forward, I believe that Taiwan will be a nation that continue to make progress in the area of human rights. So I hope that all of us can take into account the comments and observations from the committee members and respond to their comments to make every area better. Thank you very much for your words. Now we're going to move forward to our photo session. May I have Minister Xue and Minister without portfolios and the 3 committee members on site to please come on stage for a group photo. As Premier and all the committee members said, human rights is a long road to go. Let us hand in hand continue to move forward to achieve the fruition of human rights. So now let us take group photos.
Okay, look at the cameras in front of you. 3, 2, 1. 好，看向左边 to your left, and then to your right. 好，接下来我们前方的朋友稍微蹲下来一点点哦。我们请贵宾呢看向我们最后方还有这个摄影机 ，and please look at the very back of the conference room. OK， 那接下来第2张是请院长帮我们带大家比一个赞。OK，for the second photo, everybody thumbs up， 先看向前方的镜头。And actually, Miss Richler and also Dr.
And please, Dr. Lewis and Richler, please also look at the camera. We will put you in our group photo as well. Thank you very much for the group photos. Thank you once again for Premier Su Zhenchang for joining us for the opening ceremony for the review meeting of the ROC second report under the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities. Now, without further ado, after the opening ceremony, we're going to enter the meeting with Legislative Yuan and National Human Rights Commission. And as Premier and our honored guest said, in the recent years, Taiwan has made a lot of efforts in human rights, and especially human rights for persons with disabilities. And as one of our guests said, there is no such thing as rights of persons with disabilities. There's only human rights. And of course, we all know that there's still room for improvement for Taiwan. So in the following time, during the meeting with Legislative Yuan and National Human Rights Commission, first I would like to invite firstly the members of International Review Committee to please join us on the stage. We would like to invite Professor Nagase, Professor Kim, and also Ms. Ma to join us on the stage. Meanwhile, we have Mr. Lewis and Ms. Richler join us virtually. While we wait for our committee members to be seated, I'll let you know that we will have 2 members from the National Human Rights Commission to present their presentations, and because the time is very limited. So when the time is coming up, we will let you know. Professor Nagase, would you like to say a few words, or could we just move forward? Okay, thank you very much. Now, in this session, first I would like to invite Mr. Wang Rongzhang from National Human Rights Commission to give his presentation. Committee members, representatives, ladies and gentlemen, this is my first day in the commission. I'm very honored that my first mission in this commission is to present to you the progress of National Human Rights Commission. This is the agenda of my presentation. National Human Rights Commission was established in August 1st, 2020. We have 10 committee members in total. We have 15 counselors and 36 staff members. The review meeting was planned to be organized last year, but because of the limitations, we decided to organize it this year. And meanwhile, we prepared a parallel report and parallel responses to the list of issues. And we published a Chinese version, English version, accessible version, easy read version. When we collected information for compiling CRPD opinions, we organized regional seminars, focus groups, thematic seminars, and government agency seminars. And in terms of monitoring mechanism, last year, we publicly declared that we will establish a mechanism which conformed to Article 33 of the Convention. However, because the legislative amendment governing the NHRC's exercise of powers is still being reviewed by the Legislative Yuan, so we resolved at the Commission meeting to introduce a CRPD monitoring plan instead. In the part of CRPD monitoring indicators, we now initially expect that we can use the 10 indicators from Denmark and indicators from the judicial right and to monitor. And we will reference different laws and regulations around the world. And we will ensure the participation of persons with disabilities. Next page, please. During the COVID-19 pandemic, we proposed to take into account the status of persons with disabilities. NHRC not only organized online streaming seminar, but we also issued public statement during the revisement of the laws. And we also proposed a reasonable retirement system for laborers with disabilities. So moving forward, we will organize regional seminars with persons with disabilities and organizations of persons with disabilities to collect their input on the priorities of the monitoring plan. And we will also collaborate with organizations of persons with disabilities to organize different activities and events to facilitate discussions. We will collaborate with them to monitor specific issues. So this is my presentation. Thank you very much.
接下来呢，我们有请
Next, I would like the NHRC member Wang Yuling. You also have 4 minutes, please. IRC, distinguished guests, NGO friends, good morning. My name is Wang Yuling. I'm the member of National Human Rights Commissions. The function of NHRC really similar to the CRPD implementations. Our chairman already mentioned that for NHRC, also submit our comments regarding independent opinion. I particularly focus on the status of inclusive education for students with a severe emotional and behavior disorder. With regard to the national report review back in 2017, I was on behalf of NGO. I remember one comment from the review committee member that inclusive education is the beginning of an inclusive society. I really learned a lot from that statement. So if the students cannot receive a positive support, those the students would have difficult to survive in the society. Next slide. Next slide. Let's take a look. Okay, next. Okay, let's take a look at the list of the issues regarding the current status overview of a system of Taiwan's education for persons with disabilities. We have centralized and decentralized classes. Some of the classes they need to go alone. So the issues identified at the educational census are following the behavior issues. Back in 2021, we have about 92,638 students with disabilities in primary, junior high, and senior high schools. 6,979 are in high schools, which represent 7.53%. And when they have an emotional disorder, there are the schools typically apply measures such as reprimands, requesting the presence of parents or caregivers in class, or homeschooling with parents. So because they want to protect the safety of their classmates, so they even inform the police or fire department to enforce them to be hospitalized, or even engage legal complaints. So it is a very negative environment for positive and inclusive atmosphere. So some of the laws here in Taiwan said the teachers should provide the proper resources and the plan for disabled students. However, we found that the administrators as well as the faculties have a lack of resources and without proper training. So they highly rely the healthcare system to engage. And so we have engaged a survey out of 107 the institution for children. They have received 2,558 children and teenagers. And there are 598 with behavior disorders. So they all have the post-traumatic stress and the emotional and behavioral disorders, indicating the need for a systematic approach to integrating social, medical, and other resources. So, and we also saw that at the moment for the special education, we have the special class for those disordered person. They have provide professional consultations, but however, it is not sufficient. So we also aware that as the IRC members say, the inclusive education is the challenge for the persons with disorders. Thank you very much.
高啊。接下来我们有
Now I would like to invite legislator Tsai for her presentation. Thank you for IRC, NHRC, and different representatives giving me this opportunity to present to you in the review meeting of the ROC second report under the CRPD. I believe that Taiwan has been known for semiconductor democracy and freedom, but now it's time for us to show our efforts on human rights. We have been making every effort to promote value-based democracy, and I believed that we should gear to the international standards in the area of human rights as well. We talked about human rights, about women, children, indigenous people, and we should not exclude people with disabilities. By 2025, Taiwan will be a super-aged society where more than 20% of the total population is aged 65 years and older. In 2020, the national average of disability-adjusted life year in Taiwan was 8.04. Even though we may not consider ourselves as a person with disabilities, but with aging, everyone could be a person with disabilities. So CRPD is not talking about a minority, but it is relevant to every one of us. By 2021, we can see that the population of the elderly would also grow. Next slide. Disability is closely related to aging. 46% of people with disabilities are the seniors. And among the seniors, 13.87 are people with disabilities. So we can see that long-term care of the older adult with disabilities is as important as persons with disabilities. Next page. So all of us will have a chance to become a person with disabilities. Maybe it's due to a accident, a illness, or whatever reasons. So I think we need to put more emphasis on the subjectivity of the people with disabilities. The passage and implementation of the CRPD symbolize that the society's understanding of persons with disabilities have moved from medical model, social model, and biopsychological model to human rights model. And next page, I believe that the best practice of the subjectivity is a political participation. Through political participation, we can express the needs of people with disabilities and safeguard their individual rights. Currently, I have been committed to internalize the spirit of CRPD in the laws and regulations in Taiwan. In May this year, during discussions in the legislative Yuan, I have proposed to incorporate CRPD spirits into Mental Health Act. And lastly, I would like to express that in 2017, the International Review Committee has proposed a lot of different directions for us to do better, including early intervention, campus sexual violence, urban-rural gap, compulsory medical treatment, and etc. I believe that those professional comments not only could be a reference for political officers, but also as a great comment for my work in the Legislative Yuan. Thank you very much for your presentation. Now is the response time for our committee member.
Thank you very much, the members of the National Human Rights Commission. Once again, I congratulate you on your establishment itself, as well as the presentation from the Legislative Yuan. I'd like to invite first Diane Richler and Oliver Lewis if you have any questions, because your times are so difficult for you. So if you have any questions first, I would like to invite either Oliver or Diane. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Professor Nagase. Thank you so much for those presentations. We were lucky to have much of the material in advance, so we've had a chance to study it. But there was one point that was raised that was new to me, and that was the comment about the aging population and the implications for persons with disabilities as they age. If I understood the comments well, there was a reference to long-term care of persons with disabilities, which of course is very much related to Article 19, which we'll be looking at later. But I'm just wondering if we can learn more about the plans for supporting persons with disabilities as they age to ensure that they're consistent with Article 19 and don't lead to institutionalization of persons with disabilities as they age. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Diane Richler. Oliver Lewis, would you like to ask questions at this time?
Thank you very much. Also, thank you for the presentations, which were very helpful. I have a question in relation to the previous IRC in 2017 raised this as well, and that's the fact that the concept of reasonable accommodation isn't embedded in Taiwanese law, so that the failure to provide reasonable accommodation in all areas, including education, isn't a form of discrimination in domestic law. And I just wondered whether you could outline the progress, if any, or discussions that have been had around plugging that gap or rectifying that problem. Thank you.
Thank you. I think it's better to collect all the questions from the members of the committee and ask you to respond later. Do we have any questions from the podium? Mr. Kim Hyun-sik or Ms. Janet Marr? Janet, go ahead, please.
I particularly, is that working? I wanted to ask the legislator who just spoke, Ms. Tsai, when you were talking, it sounds absolutely wonderful, the goal that you're moving the focus from object of the person to being a subject. And I think that's a very high level goal, and I would love to see that that happens. But is that something we're actually having strategic plans to implement, or is it a nice thing to think about? Because the evidence that came before us is possibly not fulfilling or seeing the fulfilment of that goal. Just leave it at that. Thank you.
I have one question to NHRC. In addition to the to the work you're doing on the human rights indicators, what kind of plans and programs do you have for the overall policy review, including the legal review regarding the CRPD implementation? Thank you.
Next, I would like to ask IRC member or legislator to reply. Thank you for your question. So actually, the implementation of CRPD to persons with disability and transform them from objective to subjective, it is my ideal. After I became a legislator, and then our party has promoted so-called the Congress amendment for the systems. So we have incorporated that into the non-district, non-segmented legislators. So every 10 members, we need to have one person with disabilities. We also say without our engagement, then don't substitute the rights for or the decision for the persons with disabilities. Next, I would like to ask the IRC members to comment or raise questions. First of all, I would like to respond to the issue regarding reasonable accommodation raised by Oliver Lewis. The actual answers should be addressed by the government and agencies. With regard to the reasonable accommodation, we have Commission, Ministry of Education, Ministry of Health and Welfare to set a relevant strategy and goals with regard to the action plans. I think the NHRC is not fully aware of the government's action plans, how they are going to implement. However, NHRC has established a special committee. I'm also in charge of that committee with the responsibility to support the relevant government agencies to implement that goal, to reach the goal of reasonable accommodations. So we have the collaboration plans. On top of that, with regard to the Human Rights Index, so we have the copy the golden 10 items from Denmark. So that is also from the persons with disability associations to have a consensus, to reach consensus. With regard to the NHRC, in the interest of time, we don't have time to disclose the detailed missions under our responsibility. We haven't passed the action plan through the Congress. We still have some challenge, difficult, and doubt from the Congress regarding our direct action. So with regard to the survey for the private sectors and the business sectors, so people have different comments and perspectives. So we are trying to reach a consensus. As a result, at the moment, we cannot provide a substantial discussion regarding how we implement the action plans because we have no knowledge about whether the legislator is going to pass the authority to us. So this is something we are still working very hard to resolve.
Ms. Tsai from the legislature, would you like to respond to the question raised by Diane about aging, please?
Okay, in 2025, our country will reach a super high aging society. During this period, in the last legislation meeting, we have established several acts. For example, long-term care version 2.0, as well as the Mental Health Act. So we focus on the senior citizens as well as the physically disabled community to establish access-free or barrier-free or accessible environment. This is something where we're still working on. The focus of long-term care is to delay the disabilities. So in the legislative Yuan, we are trying to amend relevant regulations.
Thank you. As you mentioned, the Mental Health Act amendment, that is going to be one of the issues we'll be discussing later. Thank you.
So let's move on to the next session, NGO Declaration. 那接下来呢是非政府组织代表发表声明哦。那首先呢，跟各位贵宾说。
First of all, this section we have 32 organizations they want to present. So each one of them have 1 minute. So we sometimes if they cannot present directly need the support, and then we can give them additional 1 minute. So if they consolidate their presentation, we can can combine their time. So we will have an usher here to raise a board to remind you your time is up. Although we have very short period, please do not speak too fast. Otherwise, interpreters cannot help you. Thank you very much for your cooperation. Next, we would like to call the representative. First is the Taiwanese Deaf Alliance and the Chinese National Association of the Deaf Taiwan and the National Association of the Deaf ROC. We have 4 minutes. Please, may I invite the Shu Fen on the line? Good morning. On behalf of the 4 associations, the Chinese National Association of the Deaf and the Taiwan Deaf Alliance and the National Association of the Deaf. In 2019, the sign language has incorporated into the national language. However, there are certain discriminations. First of all, the publication of sign language use so-called not the active not totally use local sign. For example, we have published the textbook for the young infants from 0 to 3 years old. It is Chinese the text translation instead of natural language, and also the sign language education for these the teachers of special education. That is not correct. We should go back to the linguistic experts and the education professionals. So if we combine the language to the special education together, that is incorrect. Secondly, do you recognize a sign language as a language? For example, most people consider this is a language for this group. But for these teachers of special education, they don't consider it is relevant. So when we implement the text book for the sign language, we should go back to the issue of language or linguistic study. For example, we should engage the people with hearing impairments to participate the planning instead of just relying on the professional education teachers or special education teachers. So now we have many sign translation for the government the publications, but the font is too small. It is very difficult for people with hearing impairments. So it is just like superficial and just for the show. So it is not appropriate. So in many public facilities, you can see there are some sign image for the people with a hearing impairment. They are also being ignored, especially during the COVID-19 pandemic. With regard to the barrier-free, and the law has some regulations, but they didn't implement. And the other thing is a hearing aid is very expensive here in Taiwan. In Denmark and in other countries, even in Norway, the government have a free subsidy. So here in Taiwan, our salary increment is very limited, but it costs about 60,000 NT dollars to $80,000 per piece of hearing aid. More than 70% of the family cannot afford that expensive hearing aid. So we expect that the government can compare the practice in Australia, in Denmark, or in England to help the deaf people. I think that now that the project is too slow, cannot reach the goal. Last but not least, I wish the government can set up a so-called deaf commission. Now we have a language act, but each group have their own committee. For example, Aboriginal community, Hakka committee, but there's no deaf committees. We wish the government can set up a committee for people with hearing impairment to incorporate the education, the information, and equal rights for the deaf people, and to really match the spirit of CRPD. Next, I would like to invite Mr. Huang Xiaozhi. You have 2 minutes. This is a consultant of Cerebral Palsy Foundation. For the past few years, the government is trying to implement CRPD. We have the layout of relevant regulations. In the meantime, it also support the people with cerebral palsy. For example, out of the 12 years mandatory education, include 9 years of mandatory education and home education. And in the period of high school, so people like us, we have a cerebral palsy. We cannot receive a regular high school education. So I think we should have an inclusive education. So our rights has been sacrificed. So, and also the parents of the person with a cerebral palsy cannot understand the benefit of the special education, and we also have some hesitation, doubt about how to transform the institution for the children with disabilities. So especially for the risk and the safety of the children, because we don't know where to go. On top of that, here in Taiwan, for the college students, disabled college students, the dormitory can have reasonable accommodation for students with disabilities. However, the the but the space and the quota and for the assistance, you can see the 6 people need to stay in the same room. 6 students with a wheelchair should need to live in the same room. That's very congested. So when we want to implement CRPD, I wish the government can consider we are the vulnerable group of the vulnerable group. Thank you very much.
协会
Now I would like to welcome Li Bohan from Mental Health Association in Taiwan. 1 minute. On behalf of Li Bohan, I will present. He can't join us on behalf because of COVID-19. So we want to emphasize that mental health is for everyone. Medical treatment is important for all, but mental health is also very important for all. So, in the Mental Health Act, it should also include the definition of mental health to help everyone to have positive self-understanding, to help everyone to interact with the communities. So this concept, the definition of this concept should be included in the Mental Health Act. And all the voices and the participation of the people of disability should also be included in the Act. While we are talking about anti-discrimination and equality, we focus more on hospitalization or medical treatment, but we didn't really focus on how to promote the participation. So I believe this should be considered. Thank you very much. Now I would like to invite Zhang Qingyi from Council for the Disabled Life Education for Digital Association in New Taipei City to make comments. As for the status quo of the CRPD in Taiwan, there are many private business buildings, commercial buildings, and workplaces that didn't really set up accessible toilets or accessible ramps and facilities, so that disabled many people with disabilities to work. And while there are urban revitalizations going on, but most of the subsidies are for residential areas instead of commercial buildings. And this is against the spirit of CRPD. So I hope that this can be improved. Now I would like to invite a representative from the League for Persons with Disabilities and the Deaf and Hard of Hearing Welfare Promotion Association to speak. Good morning, everyone. The vaccination of COVID-19 are mostly conducted in the clinics, which are not able, which persons with disabilities are having difficulty to go into. Even though we can see that accessible facilities has improved a lot in Taiwan, but other than public buildings, a lot of private buildings we have seen also start to build accessible facilities. But what's surprising is that there are still only few accessible friendly clinics. So what we are asking for is that can we have more accessible clinics? And even this request are sometimes being rejected by the competent authorities. So what I'm saying is that in private sectors, what kind of role the government can play to help promote and protect the rights of persons with disabilities. So I think that this is an area for improvement. Thank you. Now I'd like to invite Zhang Yanqing from Taiwan Alliance for Community Mental Health Action. Hello, everyone. I am the president of Taiwan Alliance for Community Mental Health Action. There are 3 points I'd like to say. First is early intervention and community support service. And right now, the government focuses more on the compulsory treatment for emergencies, but less on the supportive services in the communities. And the second point is that we hope that medical and social welfare systems can incorporate more user perspectives. And the third point is that there are a diverse issue that people with disabilities are facing, but now the solutions are pretty segmented and monitored by different sectors or different organizations, and I hope that this can be improved. Thank you. Now I'd like to invite You Jiacheng from Taiwan Association for Disability Rights. I think there are still systematic problems. So I propose the revision of the law and to set up a specific act for people with disabilities. And one of the issues is that foreign caregivers for people with disabilities are not included in the relevant laws, and they are not allowed to perform a lot of tasks. And lastly, I would like to talk about deductibles. Now, deductibles is bound with household salary, but it does not look to the salary or the income of people with disabilities. So I propose that we should set up a direct payment system. Thank you. Now I'd like to ask representatives from Taipei Twins Association. Twins and multiple births and their families are not receiving services and aids. The governments do not have a good intervention program for us. And all the statistics and informations do not have a column for notes if this is twins or multiple births. So that's why we are being neglected. Thank you. Thank you. Now, Zhenfeng Shi Cultural and Educational Fund. We are a group for people with physical disability. We hope that the government can meet our needs. I am a person with multiple disabilities, and because I cannot access many accessible devices, that's why I feel life is very challenging. When the government is communicating with the civil groups, they didn't find someone who is representative enough to speak for us. Thank you. Now, Taiwan Disability Rights Monitor. He's not here, all right? Next, Taiwan Education Association. Our focus is on people with disabilities, especially children with disabilities in the field of education. What we are observing that inclusive education is not being realized, and the definition of disability is still remaining or focusing on medical model. And there's not enough budget for special education, and there's no existence of reasonable accommodation. And there is a lack of rights of expression for children of disabilities. And for 4A and 5 on the list of issues, the government said that the government is conforming to the regulations or the reference in the CRPD. But I think that it's only on the paper, but there's actually no supplementary measures. Thank you. Now, NPO Taiwan Public Welfare League of CRPD Committee. I would like to mention Article 5, Equality and Non-Discrimination. We propose the insurance of participation of people with disabilities to be part of the political officer in the government agencies. And we think that the revision of the Constitution is necessary to ensure the dignity and the right of equality for people with disabilities so that the participation of people with disabilities can be ensured. Thank you. Now, Taipei Bar Association. There's a lack of labor in the medical area, so it is hard to take care of the mental health for inmates and prisoners. They often use guard instruments, solitary confinement, or other correctional measures to treat abnormal behaviors of those inmates. This not only cannot take care of the special needs of them, but may also become a form of abuse. Thank you. Now, Taiwan Association on Higher Education and Disability. I would like to talk about higher education. There's no contact point for reasonable accommodation in higher education. So I feel like the communication is very rough. And often when we express our needs, they would say that they haven't heard of it and we should come up with a solution about ourselves. So I think that a vocational rehabilitation and reasonable accommodation for higher education should be included in the law so that the rights will not be sacrificed. And also for the Ministry of Education, there should be specific laws or act to stipulate who or which organization is responsible for the reasonable accommodation and to set up a budget. And secondly, I believe that the government should provide a supportive service and counseling people for people with disabilities. I propose that these two points should be included in the evaluation system for higher education. Thank you very much. Now, I would like to ask a representative for Taiwan Alliance to End the Death Penalty, Taiwan Association for Human Rights, Independent Living Association, Tainan, Judicial Reform Foundation, Independent Living Taiwan, New Vitality Independent Living Association, Taipei, Sunny Independent Living Association, Covenants Watch, Taiwan International Medical Alliance, Taiwan Spiritual Suffering People's Association, and other associations, and a total of 15 associations to present your perspective. All right, so there are 3 representatives. All right, please.
For the next 15 minutes, you are going to hear a joint statement from 3 representatives on behalf of 40 organizations participating in the parallel report and reports to the list of issues. Our joint statement will focus on the underlying problems regarding the CRPD enforcement, the special challenges facing persons with mental distress, as well as independent living and inclusion in the communities of persons with disabilities. First and foremost, charity and medical models still prevail in Taiwan. The domestication of the CRPD in 2014 was supposed to bring about a paradigm shift with its social and human rights models. However, we have not seen much change in policies and regulations. Facing the difference in the definition of disability between the CRPD and the domestic laws, the government positioned itself more as a gatekeeper for limited resources to be distributed as charity to persons with impairments, rather than a protector of the rights of persons with disabilities. Another reason why a change in policy is so difficult lies in the firm belief by many officials in the biomedical model of disability. For example, government officials responsible for mental health still insist and preach that mental illness is caused by an imbalance of neurotransmitters, and the best that people can hope for is to benefit from continual medication on a long-term basis. The proposed revision by the government of the Mental Health Act is based on a medical model, totally neglecting community support programs and alternative ways of providing support and respite during crisis to persons with psychosocial disabilities and their families. And the government also failed its obligation to provide reasonable accommodation. Contrary to the concluding observation of 2017, the Ministry of Health and Welfare has not been promoting the idea of reasonable accommodation, and the judiciary has wrongfully confused it with affirmative action. In litigation involving discrimination on the basis of disability, it is often the persons with disability and their lawyers that bear the burden of proving to the court that it is a human and legal right for the persons with disabilities to claim. And they are struggling in this battle because the government has been silent. We propose to enact a comprehensive anti-discrimination equality law that covers all forms of discrimination, including denial of reasonable accommodation and positive obligations in this regard. Meanwhile, a major revision of the Persons with Disability Rights Protection Act is urgently needed. Regarding the participation of persons with disabilities, the current practices of the government are far from sufficient and oftentimes tokenistic. Persons with disabilities don't have enough seats, no control over the agenda, and special needs, for example, extra time for communication, have not been accommodated in disability-related committees and meetings such as this one. We believe that
EV, Oliver is asking for you to kindly slow down. 谢谢.
My bad, sorry. We believe that disability mainstreaming is crucial in all legislative and policy formation and monitoring processes. Government agents at all levels should strive to understand and find ways to reduce barriers to accessing government information and participating in decision-making, and try to collect inputs in a more diverse way, rather than restricted to the limited membership of these working groups and committees. And children with disabilities are entitled to be engaged in this regard. Finally, a few words about the National Human Rights Commission. Since its inauguration 2 years ago, we have yet to learn how the NHRC plans to carry out its functions. It seems that most NHRC members are much more interested in functioning as ombudsmen. We have now learned how it is to promote and monitor the implementation of the CRPD in a systematic way in compliance with its Article 33. For example, the NHRC should explain why they prefer the golden indicators from Denmark to the CRPD indicators developed by the OHCHR. We don't know what methodology it will adopt to collect information, and we don't know what recommendation it has given or will give to the government and to the legislature. We urge the NHRC members to put in more effort in helping correct laws and policies so that it is more in line with the CRPD. Thank you.
我是一个心理社会障碍者，我叫李云。那我认为在
My name is Li Yun. As the person with disabilities, I consider it's a shame to be survived. It is structural issues. I want to mention that here in Taiwan, the person with psycho disorders, people can call us crazy, and it's because we don't have enough social resources, and so we also see that it has been personalized, and we have to be enforced to be hospitalized. But after that, there are no proper measurements. Sometimes we have a constraint for 1 to 3 days, even further. There are no rules how to protect our safety and security, including some of the reason for the restriction because it is considered as a penalty. So there are no proper prescriptions. There are no legal regulations. So if we want to have a complaint or appealing, but the healthcare will not release any information to you or will not allow you to use a cell phone to collect evidence. So when we have a threat of violence, we cannot go to the toilet, or because we are tied on the bed, and so it makes us feel ashamed. So it is violence against the person with a disability. Secondly, we talk about the Mental Health Act here in Taiwan. People with psycho disorders still suffer the mental ills. The government has recently written a plan to move towards institutionalization and medicalization without the participation of any person with disabilities or with other groups. The draft amended are highly managerial and are not in line with the principles of CRPD. Not only does it maintain the vicious practice of compulsory hospitalization in the absence of other alternatives. So we wish the government can really hear our voice so they can see us. The next is regarding the judiciary. On February 18, 2022, the Taiwanese government proposed a new amendment for persons who are incapacitated due to statutory mental disorders when committing a criminal offense. First, before a verdict was concluded, a temporary resettlement similar to the detention procedure, but only applicable to the persons with psychosocial disabilities, was included in the amendment. And then the Criminal Compensation Act and the impossibility to transfer to community-based treatment. Second, after the verdict is finalized, the guardianship sanction system, which restricts the personal liberties of persons with psychosocial disabilities, can be continuously extended regardless of the severity of the crime. We consider that even the death sentence is imposed. We hope that the government will no longer deprive persons with disabilities of their rights and treat them violently for any reason. Hi everyone, I'm Chen Liong Yi from Independent Living Taiwan. As I was not given sufficient time to speak during the plenary session, I now wish to give my full statement via the read out loud software. During the 5 years in between the state report review this year and the previous one, the government has been progressing at a snail's pace. Lives of persons with disabilities have been going in circles on the same spot, even going backwards. The biggest problem is that the government still does not recognize persons with disabilities as the subject of rights. Instead, they breach the law themselves and violate the rights of a person with disabilities. The state continued to build and fund the expansion of institutions, depriving persons with disabilities of their freedom and their rights to be included in the community. Even worse, in recent years, there have been multiple reported cases where persons with disabilities are maltreated to death during their stay at the institution. My cell phone. I'm sorry, there's a technical issue here with me. So because they cannot have a proper life in the community, they don't have a support on the community. The government spend most of the budget in the healthcare system. They ignore the demand of the disabled person. So we expect that the government can expand their budget and then to transfer the budget to a substantial action plan to apply a person-oriented the individual service, so the person with disability can receive proper, affordable service. We should establish a multiple, diverse support, is like a peer support and non-force the risk-based support system. The government should support a person with disability to live independently in the community. That budget should not less than the healthcare expense. On top of that, the community need barrier-free, like recreation, household, transportation, including the technical internet and the transportation service. So they should have the same right. So with regard to the private sectors, the barrier-free accommodation, we have seen no policy from the government, and also the social housing project ratio is too low, cannot protect our freedom. And so another thing, one thing very important I want to highlight is that the intersectional difficulty faced by persons with a disability with multiple identities, including disabled children, women, indigenous people, or transgender persons, have been neglected. The state has failed to consider respective needs of those group of persons, which might include a more diversified community service, provision of assistive device or child care support, etc. Not only the lack of community-based service, the manifold barriers existing in the medical environment in Taiwan have largely failed to consider the needs of women with disabilities, posing a great threat to their rights to health, the right to play, the education, and to be heard of children with disabilities are also often overlooked. Depending on their age, children with disabilities might have different needs related to playing, which promotes their physical and mental development as well as socializations. So we don't want to segregate the persons with a disability from the community. However, they seldom have the opportunity to work and are not able to receive sufficient support for employment-related matters, compounded by the inadequacy in financial security supporting measures and the restrictive eligibility requirement. Many persons with disabilities are still living in poverty. Some are forced to paddle on the street every day, which still does not guarantee sufficient earning to meet their basic needs. The government should make plans to lift the persons with disability out of poverty. The above-mentioned issues have been exacerbated by the outbreak of the COVID-19 pandemic. Persons with disabilities are on dangerous ground more than ever, given the legal bindings of CRPD in Taiwan. The government should commit an effective reform and stop violating the rights of persons with disabilities. Please remember nothing about us without us. This concludes the presentation.
We take a break. Any words before we take a break, or?
I'd like to take this opportunity to thank all of you for the great help you have been providing us through your submission of many detailed and up-to-date information from the ground on the implementation of the CRPD here. I really appreciate all the work, all the hard work you have done to help us do the job. That is to analyze the implementation of the CRPD here and make recommendations. This was an opportunity for us to listen to your statements, which we listened very carefully. And in the coming session, Cluster 1, I don't really like the word cluster, but Cluster 1 will be an opportunity for us to ask questions. Unless members of the committee have any burning issues at this time to raise, I wait a few seconds. We take the break, and we start with Article 1 to Article 11. Thank you.
Thank you so much to Mr. Chairman. Yes, we'll take a break because we are a little bit behind of our schedule. Is it okay that we take a 20 minutes break and be back at 11:05 Taipei time? Okay, we'll be back at 11:05 Taipei time. Thank you once again. And we might need you to leave the room temporarily because we are going to clean and disinfect the room a little bit. So feel free to visit the exhibition outside. 各位现场贵宾，接下来呢是中场休息。
Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to have a break. We are going to shorten the break. We will convene at 11:05. Be back at 11:05. We have prepared coffee and tea on the lobby. In this venue, in this room, we would like to ask you to evacuate the room. We need to disinfect the room before you come back. During the break, you can enjoy the tea and coffee at the same time. Please visit the booth for the creations by the person with disabilities. Please be back at 11:05. Later on, it will be the committee member and the NGO meeting, section 1.
NGOs. Thank you. 提醒各位贵宾，我们下一个场次再过3分钟，再过3分钟之后要正式开始了。我们工作人员是不是可以到这个场外，请我们的与会的贵宾可以准备进场了？谢谢。对，3分钟嘛。Ladies and gentlemen, we're about to begin in 3 minutes. You may start to take your seats. Thank you so much.好，我们也请工作人员呢到场外，可以协助引导我们的贵宾回来会场就座了。我们的国际委员都就定位了，谢谢。不好意思哦，因为我们这个场次呢，依照发言顺序，我们有些人的这个位置跟刚才开幕仪式以及刚才的场次呢有所不同哦，所以如果你有东西还留在你前一个位置的话，不好意思，要请您再拿回你现在新的这个位置哦。不好意思，在这个位置的安排上面，如果有一点点小混乱的话呢，要请您多多的包涵，谢谢。Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. We are about to begin the next session. Thank you. 好，我们各位贵宾都差不多回到座位了吗？不好意思哦，我们国际委员呢已经就定位了，我们各位贵宾紧速就座，谢谢。Please take your seats right now. Thank you so much. 各位贵宾都回到位置了吗？不好意思，我们不要让这个国际审查委员久候哦。大家 OK 吗？Welcome back, everyone.
Welcome back, everyone. Next, we'll move on to the meeting with NGOs Part 1. All right. Have everyone be seated. Mr. Chairman, would you please start the session for us?
Thank you again. The floor is yours.
接下来呢，我们就邀请总共有
Now, there are 31 organizations applied to speak. Once again, if you need any assistance, we will give you 1 more minute. If there are a discussion or declaration on behalf of multiple organizations, we will give you the time accordingly. Please be careful with your speech of language. Now, firstly, I would like to welcome representative for Covenants Watch and Taiwan International Medical Alliance. On behalf of the Covenants Watch, I would like to say that after the review of Taiwan's initial report on the CRPD, the review committee recommended that we should include reasonable accommodation to acts and regulations in Taiwan. And within 12 months, and in accordance with Article 35 of the CRPD, the government should publicly disseminate information on the measures taken to implement the IRC's recommendation. However, now 5 years has passed. We have seen no progress on this front until 1 month ago, when at the end of June. In the past 5 years, we believe that the Ministry of Health and Welfare has not been promoting the concept of application of reasonable accommodation. This is a neglect of duty because according to Article 10 of the Act to implement the CRPD, the provision of the covenant can be applied before the amendment of domestic legislation. So during these 5 years, there are many cases of discrimination against people with disabilities. And in those cases, usually it is the judges of the people of disabilities to request the court for reasonable accommodation. And the judges misunderstood that the provision of reasonable accommodation is a form of affirmative action, and they wrongly believe that reasonable accommodation equals the job redesign, which encouraged by the People with Disabilities Rights Protection Act, or get confused by the two different Chinese translations of reasonable accommodation into reasonable treatment. So I feel like the Ministry of the Health of Welfare didn't take any substantial action. If we look at the laws they implemented, we would find that the implementation of reasonable accommodation is very limited. For example, the necessary conversation, the subsidies, and other elements. And these elements are all very important in terms of the promotion of reasonable accommodation. Even though there is some kind of regulations in place already, but the details need to be refined. And in Taiwan, there is no anti-discrimination law. So even though the court might think that there's case of discrimination, but we need to rely on other laws and regulations, for example, employment service law, the civil code, or People with Disabilities Rights Protection Act to help us. Thank you very much. Now, next representative, 2 minutes. And our organization is focused on cerebral visual impairment. In terms of the evaluation of the qualification of evaluator, it is limited to eye doctors, but for cerebral visual impairment, it is an impairment caused by nerve system in the brain. So we need doctors from different areas to identify this type of impairment. And now we can also see that the identification tools do not include cerebral function examination. So this is something that can be done better. Now, Taiwan Education Association. I would like to raise Article 7 and Article 8. So for Article 7, children with disabilities, I would like to respond to 4A of the list of issues. I would like to emphasize that children with disabilities are categorized as minorities, including children and people with disabilities. So for children with disabilities, usually it is their parents or their caregivers to express their opinions. We usually think that children with disabilities cannot express their own opinions. So for children with disabilities, we think that they need to have the rights of expression. And when we talk about expression, first of all, they need to express their opinions. And second of all, their opinions should be considered. It's not just to let them express whatever they want to express, but we also need to take their opinions into consideration. So I think that this need to be reflected in practice. And another point is that in the education in Taiwan, it feels like only children with disabilities need special education. But I think this is a wrong understanding of disabilities. We need to promote the actual inclusion of children with disabilities in the educational system instead of putting students with disabilities in special education. So that's my opinion. Thank you. Now, representative from Independent Living Taiwan, 2 minutes. My focus is about identification of people with disabilities. There are still many there are still many areas that still focus on medical identification, and there's no specific organizations being in charge of identification. And appropriate services are not appropriate. And gender, age, identity, or vocations are also not considered. So we hope that there is a human-oriented and comprehensive support and service in place. Another point is that government agencies have spent a lot of resources on educational training, but the understanding of people with disabilities is still not sufficient. We just see a lot of educational training, but we haven't seen that they invited people with disabilities to join the seminars and discussions. And the government may organize some drills or exercises, even though for some events we are invited, but we didn't join the discussion of how people with disabilities can be evacuated when emergency happens. And we also need to and I think the government also need to consider the accessibility of evacuation venues. So that's why we would like to remind the government that these all factors should be considered. Thank you. Next, Representative Li Yuan from Taiwan Spiritual Suffering People's Association. Identification of people with disabilities. So currently, the identification is based on medical factors. They need to have regular visit with doctors to be identified as people with disabilities. And when they revisit the doctors, sometimes they cannot get disability certificate. And because of that, people with disabilities cannot get subsidies or resources that they need. And if they need to stay in the hospital, there are very strict requirement in terms of who can visit them in the hospitals. And during the COVID-19 period, there are many chronic patients who cannot have their families and friends visiting them in the hospitals. So I think that these can be improved. Next, Taiwan Access for All Association. I would like to talk about Article 1, 4, and Article 9. Based on People with Disabilities Rights Protection Act, if we look at Article 16 and Article 57 of this act, there are 37 different regulations and measures, but we don't think that there are enough actual implementation of the measures and regulations. So I think we are in lack of one single accessibility act plus penalty regulations. And I believe that we need to set up a monitoring and supervising committee for the implementation of the Accessibility Act to promote the implementation of accessibility. So my question is, when will the government be able to set up a dedicated accessible act and a monitoring committee for the implementation? For example, in December 2020, the Ministry of Health and Welfare published a Standards Act for the establishment of conflicts. But after that, they didn't follow up with the act. So I think it's a shame. Next, representative from Spinal Cord Injury Social Welfare Foundation. I would like to focus on Article 1 to 4, the definitions of accessibility. When the government promote accessibility, usually they would include the concept of universal design or friendliness. However, there is no clear definition of the term. That's why a lot of time we cannot see actual actions or strategies. That's quite confusing for us. And the second point I would like to talk about is about Article 9. Currently, the government is working on accessible services, and but for transportations, now we can see there are rehab bus or long-term care vehicles or like school buses, but they are all belonging to different regulations or different departments and agencies of the government. So we hope that there can be a universal platform or a universal agency who is responsible for all the accessibility of transportation, so that when we observe something that needs to be reported, we could just call or reach out to them. And as for vehicles management, I think that we not only need investment in vehicles, we also need investment in the maintenance and management of those vehicles. That can also help the government to save more money. The third point I would like to talk about is accessible taxi. We like in the past 2 years, the Ministry of Transportation has promoted the reservation of accessible taxi. I think that's a great program, but I don't know how long will it go, and usually it would be more expensive. So I think I expect that that service can be fully implemented and be more cost friendly. Next, Taiwan Association for Disability Rights. After we sign the CRPD, I think that the government should have positive and progressive actions to strengthen the work of public sectors and the private sectors. Our officers, the government officers are selected by the general public, but a lot of times I find that they are lack of the concept of human rights. So that's why sometimes they are misleading the concept. I think that they need to have more understanding of the definition of discrimination based on the CRPD. And they need to achieve the three major goals. First, they need to promote equal opportunity for people with disabilities, which is substantial equality. And also, they need to promote a positive attitude toward people with disabilities and to encourage people with disabilities to participate in public affairs. And then it may seem that we are discussing Equality Act, and it may seem that the government is including the opinions of people with disabilities, but we just have like 1 or 2 meetings per year or 4 meetings every year. And I don't think that this is a way for public sectors to accumulate actual experiences in this area. And I think this situation is more severe during the pandemic. So this is my speech.
Next is the Taiwan Deaf and Hard of Hearing Welfare Promotion. Started from 2020 to 2022 during the COVID pandemic, the central government will follow the act of the disability, but the central control center, their live broadcast started from January 2020, but after January 17, they have simultaneous sign language translations started from March. After 4 hours, they will provide the text content. After February, they have a voice-activated subtitles. For local governments live broadcasts, about 60% have sign language, but only 30% have subtitles. Because of the demand of prevention of COVID-19, the FATS examination and the mask wearing have no website to announce the relevant information. We never see any improvement. The government has only provide audio communication. They later on provide facts, but not the live information. For hearing impaired person, they cannot have a connection directly, and we see no improvement. So some of the local government have done the easy reading version, but the central government never pay attention or didn't do anything at all. So this should be set as a priority. After we respond, there are no improvement. Thank you. Next is Xinlu Social Welfare Foundation. You have 4 minutes. My name is Cai Bingchen. I'm 15 years old. I'm on the 10th grade. I, I ride my electric wheel to the school every day. So I have many difficulty. For example, on the MRT subway system, the elevator is not very accommodated. So I wish that we can establish a law to establish the access-free on a public area. For example, that the public constructions bidding should lay out the installation of the barrier-free facilities. The other thing is for the assistant for the special educations. We don't have enough manpower, not to mention about their qualifications. For example, during my time in primary school, so I have changed 5 different assistants, and then sometimes they are asked to do something irrelevant. The other thing is that the IEP should be very flexible and with a reasonable accommodation. For me, I have reached the 108 points, accredited points, but I was forced to participate all the courses in order to enter the higher educations. My energy is different from other things. I think that disabled people can follow the classmate with the regular courses, but I have limited energy, so the maximum time I can take is 3 hours. So I wish the course can be flexible to fulfill the spirit of IEP. The next one is the vaccination in the hospital. For example, I need the supportive device, and then each time I need to go to the clinic and communicate with the physicians. But the children of the disabled person is not totally just like me. Now I need to do the rehabilitation. I need to commute between my home and the school, but I need to see some of the disabled students cannot have the facility for rehabilitation. So I think the Special Education Act should enhance the frequency of the campus intervention, and so provide the quota for the assistance of the special education to have more talent and resource. Thank you. Next is New Vitality Independent Living Association in Taipei. You have 2 minutes. With regard to the barrier-free, actually, the Article 2 mentioned a lot of content. After 5 years, there are still room to improve. The government's policy with regard to the accessibility, they have sometimes do not have a certain paper and documents. We suggest the government's WIPO use WIPO's the Marrakesh Treaty (MT), especially on the Article 4. So it is not very user-friendly for those codes. So it's very vague and very convenient, not very convenient for the person with disability. The other thing is MRT, access-free MRT should be accommodated for all disabilities. And on top of that, with regard to the transportation system, so each county and each city have different concept and interpretations. We need to have a universal standard to support all kinds of disabilities, and so we need the time and budget to improve that. The other thing is the corridor and the pedestrian path. Sometimes you can see bicycles or scooters or parked on the pedestrian path. And the local government also confused the rehabilitation bus, and they didn't have announcement regarding the availability of those transportations. So I wish the government can improve those areas and that have the engagement of the group of persons with a disability to really fulfill and implement the spirit of CRPD. The next is the Parents Association of the Visual Impairments. Excuse me.
Chair, I really appreciate your enthusiasm to share your issues. But as we look at the time, and the time for Diane and Oliver away, this session can be more effective if you all agree, if you follow the strict timeline which you have agreed, so that members of the committee can ask questions. You have been very kind to submit your presentations in English in advance, which helps us a lot. So, as much as you can do, please stay in the agreed speaking time, please. Otherwise, we will all lose the precious time for interaction. Members of the committee asking questions, and for you to respond to our questions. That is the essence of this session. That way you will help us make better and more effective concluding observations. Thank you.
好，那接下来请发言人。
Okay, next I would like to ask the speakers to really follow the time. So next is Parents Association for the Visual Impairments. You have 2 minutes. Greetings. Today I want to talk about the reasonable accommodations. This time with regard to the amendment of the CRPD, the reasonable accommodation is part of the amendments. We certainly support and wish the bill can be passed. However, because for a long time with regard to the many time we are doing relevant details. After that, so you can see each government agencies when they want to implement the action plans, they didn't invite the stakeholders or the disabled groups to engage the discussion. Executive Yuan's NHRC, when they lay out the index, it is too vague. It is just only for transportation and the building constructions. As you can see, the most important for the barrier-free and accessibility is the integrations. Certainly, with regard to the ultimate goal of accessibility, you can see there are many details. I don't need to go through. Either the practical application and the information linkage are very critical, including the overall practical plan and the information connections. For example, for a disabled person, he or she want to move from a remote area in Hualien in eastern Taiwan to Taipei. So for the appointment and for the journey, this person need to utilize 4 different kinds of transportation vehicles. So this is for a disabled person to visit the hospital. It will be very difficult. Your time is up. Please complete your presentation. We wish that we can help the user, and from the perspective of the user, to have a more convenient integration. Next, I would like to ask Zheng Fengxi Cultural and Educational Foundation. Huang Jun, you have 2 minutes. Yes. The previous speaker cannot see the sign, so you should raise the sign for the time higher. Thank you. Okay, many others also mentioned that the opportunity to communicate with the government. Nowadays, there are all kinds of disability categories by the government. So I think we have 2 or 3 statements. The first is accessibility. If you want to go out, you need to have a proper tool. But now the supportive device is still under the partial payment as well as the proportional cost. So it causes a barrier for the disabled person. Next is regarding healthcare. Many disabled people need healthcare, but because of the barrier of transportation plus the facility in the hospital does not meet the requirement for the disabled person. Next is transportation. Now we have some improvement, but still have some gap between the urban and rural area. Here in Taipei and the remote area like the county in eastern Taiwan, Hualien, and southern Taiwan, Yunlin, if you want to take the boat or airplane, there are still difficulties and the barriers. Thank you. Next is Taiwan Med Alliance. Mr. Huang Xiufu, you have 2 minutes. Taiwan Med Alliance as a group to promote CRPD. So when we encounter this year's the draft of the Mental Act, we really feel angry and frustrated. So if follow the version of Executive Yuan, if the bill passed, then for this future of the disabled people will be more institutionalized and more forced hospitalization. We feel very frustrated, and we thought that for our future have no hope, and then we don't have any power to change it. We feel hopeless. So earlier, when the draft was announced in the Executive Yuan, the Taiwan Med Alliance has asked other DPO, then they all said they were not aware about it. When the bill went to the Legislative Yuan, and we would like to know when the Congress will review this bill, but we received no information at all. We don't have a very opportunity and to participate. That we are very, very passive. So as a result, we wish to see a meaningful engagement, so then the government can be aware that the disabled person's activity is not a unilateral. It should be a bilateral, should be interactive. And this is not a one-time shot, one-time meeting. No. So it is not just symbolic meeting. So for this should be a dynamic interaction. Thank you. Next is the League for Persons with Disability, ROC.
Hello, everyone. I'm also speaking on behalf of another organization related to women with disabilities. So I have some suggestions related to women with disabilities. Currently, the information collection regarding the women with disabilities are still very limited. For example, the usage of Pap smear and the pregnancy test for women with disabilities are very low, and there are no statistics and relevant statistics or information in this area. And women with disabilities need to take care of their children, and this make their situation of disabilities even worse. So we hope that in the future, when we are revising relevant laws and policies, we hope that there can be the information and statistics can be collected with regards to women and children with disabilities and girls with disabilities. And as for gender orientation, bisexual children, we hope that those people can have the power to make the decision which gender they choose to be. And I suggest that the Ministry of Health and Welfare can also revise relevant laws so that bisexuals can make their decision in terms of medical treatment. And also in our identity card, there's only men or women. There's no other options. But for bisexual children of disability and for bisexual children with disabilities, usually it's their parents who decide for them to be a male or female. Your time is up. Next. Taipei Twins Association, 2 minutes. I still want to speak for twins. When we're waiting for medical services, there are few considerations for twins. So we can see that for early birth of twins or multiple births, usually they have multiple disorders. But in the early intervention system, there is no integrative assistance for them. And for supportive services, they are in lack. So I want to emphasize that in a lot of handbooks and policies and regulations, twins are not mentioned. And for children development or reporting or reference systems, those systems also didn't take twins into consideration. Next, Eden Social Welfare Foundation. I would like to point out that the government didn't analyze the data of sexual violence on the campus for children or students with disabilities. According to the statistics by the Ministry of Education, we can see that the government has statistics relating to sexual assault, sexual harassment, and sexual bullying for schools at all levels and special education schools. And they have statistics for whether these people are in the system of special education. However, what I want to emphasize is that students with disabilities are not necessarily students of special education, and students of students of special education are not necessarily students with disabilities. But this is something that the government neglects. So we believe that sexual violence is extreme cases and relevant statistics need to be in place. Thank you very much. Next, Disabled Children Rights and Advocacy Association in Taiwan. Starting from 5 years ago, I haven't seen there are specific regulations relating to the rights of leisure and entertainment for children with disabilities. And for accessible environment design or playground specifications, there are no relevant regulations protecting the right of games for children with disabilities. And many counties and cities think that it is a hassle to set up playground devices for children with disabilities, and it is costly. So because of that, the rights of playing games or on the playground for children with disabilities are being compromised. And parents of normal children would think that those devices for children with disabilities are very boring. So that's why often we can see that in the playground there are a lot of stands or devices that that's challenging for children with disabilities. They often put a playground of children with disabilities with the playground with like toddlers. And I think this kind of design would become a challenge for us to build the self-confidence of children with disabilities. Your time's up. Thank you. Next, Parents Association for Persons with Intellectual Disability, Ms. Lin Huifang. In terms of Article 7, I didn't see that the government has taken into consideration the difficulty of people in remote areas and indigenous communities. There are no enough budget and educational resource. And I think the parents of children with disabilities need to be included when policy is made. And in terms of Article 9, it mentioned about financial services, but when people with disabilities try to open bank accounts, usually it is very difficult for them. So we suggest a financial supervising organization should regularly host educational training to provide a better and more accessible, friendly rules to implement the related laws. And in terms of Article 11, emergency evacuation, we suggest that we need to have a clear guideline of evacuation for people with disabilities. So these are the points I think the government need to focus more. Thank you very much. Next, Association of Learning Disabilities. In terms of Article 7, we propose inclusive education. I think the success of inclusive education is about the collaboration among teachers in normal classes and special education classes. And today, I would also like to suggest the Ministry of Education to start the special education curriculum preparing courses so that teachers can have better ideas about special education so that inclusive education can be better implemented in schools. And the second point I would like to mention is that students with disabilities need assistive devices and technology. However, currently there's not enough audio textbook and other assistive devices for students with disabilities. So I hope that the government can start to purchase more audio textbooks for students with disabilities. Thank you. Thanks. Next, Sunshine Social Welfare Foundation.
Sunshine Social Welfare Foundation, I'll be giving the comments as below. 1. The discriminatory term cripple is still used in the traditional Chinese form of the CEDAW Article 11.1, subparagraph E, passed by Legislative Yuan, and the Executive Yuan has not yet suggested a necessary revision to change the phrase, continuing to reject the spirit of the CRPD. 2. The state should exercise its public power more actively to increase media awareness. The state should collaborate with media associations to develop permanent rules and norms for reporting on mainstream media and oversee the media's operation, especially for the part of implicit discrimination. For example, after the media interviewed a journalism graduate with facial burn, the news title, "Disfigured Anchor's Dream is Broken," which limits her self-fulfillment. By 2023, the state should establish rules and fines especially for new media, including online and developing media, that engage in discriminatory reporting against individuals with disabilities. Additionally, the government should create a single complaint channel, publicize it to everyone, and encourage self-regulation of the media. For example, National Consumer Service Hotline 1950. The appropriate authorities should also regularly issue notifications, apply strict sanctions for discriminatory speech, intervene in incidents of prejudice that go unreported but stirred up public outrage, and take advantage of these opportunities for advocacy and education. Thank you.
谢谢。接下来有请社团法人高雄市向阳自立生活协会杨。
Next, Sunny Independent Living Association Kaohsiung. I would like to talk about awareness raising. In public areas, restaurants, when we require or ask for additional assistance, a lot of times the needs of people with disabilities are neglected or even regarded as a special treatment. And when people with disabilities try to use accessible toilets or elevators, they are facing difficulties on a daily basis. And I think that overall, Taiwan is in short of enough awareness and understanding for people with disabilities. And we strongly suggest that people with disabilities should participate more in the society and in DPO to reduce the discrimination of people with disabilities. I think, for example, a lot of services need to consider more of people with disabilities. And this year, for example, the Taiwan Railway and high-speed rail have encountered electricity shortage. But in these event or accident, they didn't take care of how to evacuate people with disabilities. So this is something that they can do better. Thank you. Next, New World Independent Living Association, Jia Yi. Hello, everyone.
I want to echo that. So in this COVID-19 list regarding relevant requirements, so here in Taiwan, we don't have legal enforcement. So even it does not meet the compliance. So their construction, I mean the government's public space construction have no violation issues at all. So the other thing I want to emphasize is that especially in the outside of Taipei, you can see there's a significant gap between the metropolitan area and the rural area, especially for the pedestrian and the transportation gap. You can see the corridor is not very paved smoothly. We consider the government should take an active engagement instead of rely on the local governments. For example, the city I'm living in, Jai City, there is a road that passes through half of the city. They have pedestrians on both sides, but no function at all. So we consider the local government still need to take an active action to really fulfill the accessibility, and then to provide the people with a disability to have a more community life. Next is Taiwan Deaf Alliance and the National Association of the Deaf. You have 4 minutes. I would like to say that here in Taiwan, although Taiwan have promoted the subtitle and sign language, but it's only for the hospitalization and employment, which means that more than half of the circumstance is empty, and so the deaf people cannot fully engage the community life. Here in Taiwan, we have the Communication Supervisory Commission to promote that, but for during this agency, the VRA's video relay service, they have trying to avoid their responsibility. The other thing is regarding Article 11, the risks and the emergency humanity service. At the minute, for the deaf, the hearing and the hearing impaired, the disaster rescue and remedy, they don't have a good the announcement. For example, last week we have so-called one exercise. They just have the oral guidelines, so it's just superficial. So most of that disaster exercise, they don't have any concept for the people with disabilities evacuation. The government never consider the demand of people with disabilities. So during the disaster, we are in a high risk. The other thing is the emergency announcement or disaster announcement in the tunnel, and also in the hotel, in the public area. They don't have a very the significant or sufficient announcement for the persons with hearing impairment, and some of the fire flash are on the certain corner in the first floor. So we although have the LEDs, it's the residential fire alarms, but because we don't have any rule to apply it, so it is not popular. So that people with hearing impairment are in a high risk. So with regard to our human right, we found that the deaf people are receiving all kinds of treatment by the so-called experts. So we don't have really have one of the options for sign language, especially during the healthcare service. So nowadays it is not incorporate. We didn't incorporate the spirit of CRPD. So we really need to your support. Thank you. Next is Ms. Shi Yixiang from Taiwan Association of Human Rights. I want to talk about Article 3 and Article 4 of CRPD. Although Ministry of Health and Welfare is trying to review the Taiwan Mental Act and trying to meet the spirit of CRPD, but frankly speaking, but the direction of that act not only does not match the Article 4 about the freedom of the people, and this is Article 14. So that doesn't meet the principle of the psychosocial disordered person when they are forced to be hospitalized for 14 days in a hospital. And now the draft also violate Article 3 of CRPD and Article 4 and the discriminations. For example, the draft stipulate that in a hospital and in a community there are forced hospitalization. They all violate the dignity and the freedom of disabled person. And the forced hospitalization does not mean the hospital can enforce the treatment. So I'm really concerned about that. With that, we suggest the ROC member with your the conclusive recommendation when you review the state report, you should try to avoid to prevent the current healthcare module and try to focus on the upstream diversified community supportive service, and also we ask the ROC member to protest the 14 days enforcement, hospitalization enforcement. Thank you. Next is Taiwan Alliance to end the death penalty. You have 2 minutes. Good morning. I'm the Legal Affairs Director from Taiwan Alliance to end the death penalty. We focus on the Article 10. My statement perhaps will make you feel sorry, disappointed, and regret, but I would still want to say something in 2 categories. First, the government killed people. If you remember the review 5 years ago on Article 34 and 35, said that Taiwan government should make sure that the disordered person will not receive a death sentence. But from last review till now, the Taiwan government ignored your recommendation. In 2018 to 2020, they have with regard execute the death sentence of Li Hongji and Wang Renxie. Both of them have been identified or examined or diagnosed with social and psycho disorders. However, the Taiwan government still execute these 2 persons. It demonstrates that recently not only Taiwan government have done anything to end the deaths, but actually still actively taking death execution, especially for the social and psycho disorder person. With our observation for those 2 executions, not only to respect and challenge the ROC members, but also to violate the CRPD spirit. If you review the report, you will see there are many political the consideration behind those executions. Secondly, there are 4 the inmate died in prison. Since last review, there are 4 inmates, death sentenced inmate die in the prison. Thank you. Next is the consortium of Cerebral Palsy Foundation. You have 4 minutes. Okay, I want to say something about Article 9 with regard to the barrier-free accessibility. I want to give you an example for Article 9. In the university campus, the barrier-free dormitory in the university. I know there are many universities. They have disabled students, including graduate students. Actually, they were when the school arranged their dormitory, they already have many students are using wheelchairs or cranes or supportive device. I myself was a graduate student. I once have a roommate who used the wheelchair, and I have an accident. I almost hurt by my roommate's wheelchair. So I wish the government to do something. When you arrange the dormitory, you can base on the assistance. I mean, one disabled with one assistance, instead of just put 2 disabled students in the same room. So then, with regard to the space, we can have more accommodation. Thank you very much. Next is Coalition for Mental Health Reform. You have 2 minutes. I'm the family member. So with regard to this march, is the bill, the executive Yuan promote the mental act to the legislative Yuan, the Article 28-1-1. There are some obligations for the supporters. This is a discriminate act for the social cycle disorder person. It violates Article 5 about discrimination, meaning that the government is no longer take the responsibility of the care for the disabled people, but to pass the burden to the parents. There was an example that there was the device. There was a criminal that was trying to kill someone who is a psychosocial disorder. The family cannot take a long-term violence, and then so they want to rent the house outside. But they because the disabled person attacked the roommate, so he was sentenced to the jail. But then the judge ordered home care, so the family need to take care of the disabled person. The government didn't do anything, so it is not appropriate, especially for the civil laws. There's a law regarding the obligation for the special case and the care, and so I think that the government should take the responsibility about Article 8 about awareness. I think the government agency should promote the cultural equality and promote the mental health and promote awareness of the social cycle disorder person and their families, and encourage them to participate the artistic creation, use art and culture as a base. Thank you. Your time is up. Next, we would like to ask the Council for the Disabled Life Education of a Juridical Association of New Taipei City. You have 2 minutes. Good morning. Because our association cover all kinds of disability, and most of them are severe disabilities. So especially for the hearing disorder persons, nowadays everyone wear a mask. So when we go to the public office or go to the bank, financial institute, or any institute, they cannot read the lip language. One of our members cannot read sign language. They need to you read the lip language. So I wish the government agency can promote the so-called transparent mask. So with that, they since there are many countries utilize a transparent mask, how come Taiwan never utilize or promote a transparent mask for a person with a hearing disability? Next is Independent Living Association. Tainan, you have 4 minutes.
Sidewalks often lose its ability or functions for pedestrians. The government should proactively clean up the space for pedestrians and put parking space outside of the curbs to avoid motorcycles to fight space with pedestrians. Second point, the parking space for accessible vehicles is not enough. So it is very challenging to look for a parking space, and usually the distance of the parking space to the destination is far away from each other. Thirdly, low floor bus only have one seat of accessible seating. So if there are two people with disabilities who want to go up to the same bus, then they need to wait. They cannot go up to the same bus. One of them need to wait for the next bus to come. However, the next bus may not be low floor bus.
部分车辆仅有一席轮椅席，若2个人以上一同外出，面临需要班次分开，且下一班车不一定有低地板公车。以上发言。
That's my point. Thank you. Thank you. Now is the time for the committee member.
Once again, thank you very much for sharing this very rich information with us. And I must ask the permission of particularly those interpreters, as we have to go beyond the assigned time, cutting down the time for lunch. And first, I'm going to ask all the members of the committee to ask all the questions regarding Article 1 to Article 11, as we heard. And let me start with, it's getting late for you, past midnight. Diane Litchler, please go ahead.
Thank you very much, Nagase, and thank you to all of you for your presentations, which were very enlightening. I'm wondering about getting more specific about a couple of recommendations that were made, specifically related to children with disabilities. I appreciated the comment that it's important not just to hear the opinions of children, but for those opinions to be recognized. And I'm wondering if you have any suggestions on how to ensure that the voices of children are not just heard, but are respected, and that the continued development of children be recognized, of children with disabilities. A similar kind of question, there was a comment about involving parents of children with disability in shaping policy. And I'm wondering, given the structures that exist currently, are there ways that you think it would be possible to give a more formal role to organizations of families of persons with disabilities in policy formulation? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Diane. Can I invite Oliver Lewis, please?
Thank you very much. Also, thank you to NGO colleagues for those very interesting and enlightening presentations, and for your written submissions as well. Could I just ask whether anyone has an English translation of the mental health bill? That would be very useful for us to read. It's been referred to, and I've seen media reports about the bill, but I haven't been able to locate an English version. So that's really a question for the government, I suppose, in advance. I'm not going to ask any questions in relation to the mental health bill in this cluster, because I consider that the relevant provisions are more likely to be found in Articles 14 and 25, the right to health. But I do have a question on Article 5, the right to equality and non-discrimination. And that is that it's clear, also looking from the May 2022 concluding observations of the International Review Committee, who reviewed the 2 international covenants, one on civil and political rights and one on economic, social and cultural rights, that there still isn't a comprehensive equality and anti-discrimination law. I'm particularly concerned about the detrimental impact that failure has on people with disabilities, because of course everyone in the room there knows that formal equality for people with disabilities, in English we say, doesn't cut the mustard, isn't good enough. Hopefully that can be translated properly, because people require adjustments, as many of you have said. So I would just like to ask the NGOs, to what extent has the government involved you and asked for your opinion about how to move this forward? Because it seems that everyone is agreed that insufficient action has been taken. There still isn't an equality law, but what are your views on how this can quickly now be moved forward? Is it to repeal all of the provisions in existing legislation that talk about discrimination and just to adopt one central equality law? Or is it to go through each of the laws, for example, in the employment law, to add in proper non-discrimination provisions? So the committee, I personally would be very interested to hear what your specific recommendations to us are. In other words, what precisely would you like us to say in regards to Article 5, the right to equality and non-discrimination? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Oliver. Now let me invite Mr. Kim Hyun-sik for questions.
Hello. Good morning, everyone. Well, thank you for so many presentations. It's a lot for me to absorb, but let me take this opportunity to say hello to Diane in Toronto and also Oliver in Britain. Good to see you on the screen. I want to comment on NHRC. You talked about human rights action plans. I want to know how you're going to implement human rights action plans. As I was listening to NGOs reporting, none of the organizations raised issue of a national action plan. Is there any NGOs involved or interested in adopting a national action plan? That's my first part of the question. And also, I want to ask Human Rights Commission, what are the outcomes of the regional seminars on human rights of people with disabilities? I mean, you said you had a meeting, but we don't know what had happened. Moving on to Article 3, like a regional recommendation, I heard reporting, hearing aid is expensive. Well, providing a reasonable accommodation is expensive. And decent living is expensive for people with disabilities. Accessibility is expensive. Now, how are you going to deal with all those problems if you're going to deal with expenses or cost involved? Moving on to Article 5, Oliver mentioned that one, but I read from one of your report, you had Justice Act and Attorney General's regulations. How do they really relate to eliminating discrimination? Your government report mentioned that there are so many laws concerning eliminating discrimination, but that doesn't guarantee people with disabilities don't suffer from disabilities. So those are the areas I had in mind. Whilst listening to translation service, well, thank you so much, but try not to use the term disabled persons. I know that's been used in UK, but convention had adopted persons with disabilities. Let's stick to the convention terminology. Thank you.
you very much. Now let me invite Janet Marr, please.
Thank you. I have so much to say and so little time, as you all have experienced that too. I'm trying to prioritise in my head what we should be really going for, and I think something that's had very little done about it is probably Article 11. And if I just read from the convention, just give me a minute, my hands work. Article 11 is about your rights in situations of risk and humanitarian emergencies. And if there's anything I've heard and read that's common in so many of your reports and submissions and evidence today, is the inadequacy of the response around the COVID-19 emergency. I would suggest that a very serious need exists across this country for people with disabilities to be in advisory roles in all government departments that deal with anything to do with human activity. And that way, the needs of people with disabilities won't fall off the edge when there's an emergency. I'm very fearful that a lot of things have been done and said in the name of COVID that have harmed people. So I also look to the situation of Taiwan and its climate and the things that happen here by way of natural emergencies, such as earthquakes, typhoons, etc. What do you do if you're on the 11th floor of wherever and you have a mobility problem, or you're deaf and you don't hear the alarm, or you're visually impaired and you don't have any visual indication that there's something going on? I think this is a basic human right, that we have a right to be catered for as best can be done in situations of risk and emergencies. And from my perspective, that's an extremely important aspect of nearly everything you've all written about what goes on when things are not going normally. And for people with disabilities, as somebody said earlier today, they're the most vulnerable of the vulnerable, and in many cases their needs have just been secondary to the mainstream. That can't happen. So I could talk about all the others. I've got so much information. Thank you very much for all you've given us. It's just hard to put one thing ahead of another. All of you have put some amazing stories for us and evidence of what's going on. So good luck, and hope we can do the right thing by you.
Thank you, Janet. And I ask some questions now. The first one is about the sign language. There is a Taiwanese sign language, and as you know, signed Chinese. My simple question, perhaps to the National Association of the Deaf, is the interpretation we are watching on the screen. Is this Taiwanese sign language, or is this signed Chinese? That's my first question. And I limit my question to only another issue, that is good death. I'm holding good death in Chinese writing in front of myself. When I read this good death, At the beginning of the Patient Self-Determination Act, I felt a bit concerned. Good death, bad death, good birth, good life, bad birth, bad life. Of course, we know the term eugenics means good birth in Greek. So when I saw this word, good death, I felt a bit concerned because we know too well life with disabilities has been considered bad life by itself based on eugenics and ableism. The CRPD makes it clear life with disabilities is not a bad life. Patient Self-Determination Act singles out 5 medical conditions, namely terminally ill, irreversible coma, permanent vegetative state, this is the language of the act, suffering from severe dementia, and other diseases conditions. This is very concerning, as I see a distant parallel between this Taiwan Patient Self-Determination Act and Canadian Act on Medical Assistance on Dying, MAID for short. In this Canadian legislation, person with disabilities is the only group who can access medical assistance in dying or euthanasia without being seriously ill. We are hearing that now it's much easier to ask for assistance in dying than asking for assistance to live. Of course, the MAID is an active help in dying, and the Patient Self-Determination Act is much more conservative and only relates to advance decision. But we have to be careful. I don't want to be alarmist, but I have to say the Canadian example did prove this was the slippery slope. Perhaps I can ask Diane to add later. So my question is regarding to this legislation, are there regulations for this act? If there is, what kind? What kind of data is available for the implementation of this act? Specifically, since the law came into effect 2019, how many people who are terminally ill, irreversible coma, permanent vegetative state, suffering from dementia and other disease conditions have applied for advanced decision to withhold life-sustaining treatment, artificial nutrition and hydration based on this act? Also, how many people in each category just mentioned have actually died following the withholding life-sustaining treatment in accordance with the advanced decision or directive? What kind of compliance mechanisms are there? And lastly, what is the involvement of you, civil society and organizations of persons with disabilities in the overall monitoring and implementation of this act? And if I can ask Diane to add a few words, if it's okay.
Certainly, thank you. I'm not very proud to be from Canada at this point when we have now legislation that authorizes, as Megase said, what's called medical assistance in dying. There's been great concern on the part of the community of persons with disabilities about the initial act and about the way it's being expanded. And I think that there are a couple of concerns maybe that I can underline. One is that very often it seems as if people with disabilities and persons who are older are asking to be killed because they either don't have the supports that they need to be able to control their own lives in the community, or because they're afraid of being a burden on their families and those around them. And instead of putting resources into resolving those two issues and making sure that people who require supports can receive them, and that people do not put their families in untenable situations, which all of you know well, where people give up their jobs, give up incomes in order to look after a family member who has a disability and may be ill, may not be ill, may just be dealing with issues related to their disability. So those are a couple of the issues that have come up. Another one that's come up that is being looked at in expanding the law is for mental health issues to be considered a legitimate reason for people to ask for medical assistance in dying. So again, even though there may be situations where people's acute depression is episodic, when they're in those episodes, they now would have the right to ask for medical assistance, in effect, to commit suicide. So those are just some of the issues. It's a very complicated issue, but one where fundamentally, I think the feeling on the part of organizations of persons with disabilities is that it's a negative perception of disability that is leading to the expansion, to the existence of the law and to the expansion of it. I hope that answers your question.
Thank you, Diane, for my surprise invitation. Now I invite the members of the civil society to respond as much as possible. Thank you.
This is the Intellectually Disordered Association. I'm the parents of the intellectual disabled child. I want to comment on the statement from Mr. Oliver regarding reasonable accommodation, because I saw from the United Nations comment, reasonable accommodation means you have to base on the fact and evidence. You also have a clear the stakeholder for reasonable accommodation. You need to have consensus from the mutual negotiation without adding further burdens. With that, I think in our laws and the regulation, we should have the act to make sure that there's the justice for reasonable accommodation, because it's based on case by case. There are no fixed situation. If we just make sure the proceeding is a justice, I think we need to have the guarantee for this proceeding justice in every laws and regulations. That is to comment regarding the reasonable accommodation from Mr. Oliver. With regard to Nagase's patient's self-determination, I want to remind that it is illegal to have a medical assisted suicide. So we cannot use these so-called the medical supported or assisted suicide. So when we say self-determination, meaning that when I'm fully conscious, I can determine or decide my future healthcare treatment instead of to rely on my family member to frustrate whether they want to treat me or save me or not. So I think the content of this is not euthanasia. It's not just when we can make our own decision while we are still conscious. So if I want to do something, but at the moment, if I want to change, then each person can change their will. But your family member cannot involve and change your will. If you have signed the act, because you need to go through a consultation period and make sure all the family members are aware and understand why you make such a decision, and such decision will be recorded or documented on your health insurance card. When there's such a situation, the physician cannot just simply make a justification. They need to have a cross-discipline diagnosis to make a consensus before that action can be taken. So otherwise, it will seek the opinion of the family members. So this the Patient's Self-Determination Act is different from the Canadian Act. However, so in this act, we can see on the other hand, when you lost your consciousness, you are dementia, you have cognition disorder, you can apply this act to do something for yourself. This is my comment. Allow me to say something about anti-discrimination. Actually, for the 2013 and the 2017 review for the convention, they asked the government to lay out the anti-discrimination. After 2017, the executive Yuan assigned a scholar to do some research. But after that, no action plan, no progressing. I was not aware of any organization being consulted by the government regarding anti-discrimination. I don't think there are no action taken at all. So my recommendation is that the government should take a more active attitude to do something with that. Because here in Taiwan, we have various laws to stipulate anti-discrimination. So I'm wondering whether the government have done any review regarding the implementation of those acts. So I asked the government to do some review. But before the pass of the bill for anti-discrimination, perhaps we can be more specific to review the existing acts. For example, the rights for persons with disabilities. I think the government's state report regarding reasonable accommodation, it does not meet the requirement for the convention, the CRPD. I think the government should take initiative first to review the CRPD as well as the employment service for those acts to be more specific about the definition of anti-discrimination.
And I agree with what Ms. Lin said. Reasonable accommodation, when we talk about reasonable accommodation, it doesn't matter if we have one single act, but non-discrimination and equality should be included in all kinds of regulations and laws and acts. And in those laws and regulations, instead of only mentioning who is responsible for implementation of equality and non-discrimination, I think the responsibilities and budgets and all the details of how to implement equality and discrimination should also be included in all the laws and regulations. And then in terms of one single Accessible or Non-Discrimination Act, I think we could refer to the UK case. The UK spent a lot of time to include a to announce a Non-Discrimination Act, including gender, the elderly, people with disabilities, and etc. So maybe that can be a reference for Taiwan. And my last suggestion is that in the future, for the international review of the CRPD, maybe we can put the session of government representative in the beginning, because all of you, the committee, has asked a lot of questions, and those questions can be better answered by government agencies. And as for NPOs, we could add our comments after government's response. So maybe we could let the government to respond first before NPOs respond. That would be more effective and efficient. So that's my suggestion. Thank you.
I ask Mr. Kim to ask another question.
Replies and responses. I felt I should ask this question for the last time. To an extent, you and your government were able to act upon concluding observations of 1975. I feel we're going back to square one. We're repeating ourselves. What's the guarantee do we have? Government will accommodate and do something about recommendations from this committee rather than having to come back and repeat the same issues again and again. Thank you.
I think the answer is no, because the Ministry of Labor still believe that job redesign equals reasonable accommodation, and I don't think so. As for whether there are active actions from the government, take an example. In other nations, they may have a reasonable accommodation personnel in the workplace. And in every city or county government, they have reasonable accommodation personnel in their organization, and such person can provide assistance. Because what we know is that employees a lot of times are afraid to raise the request to their employers. And they kind of know that it's dangerous or risky for them to raise those requests to their employers, even though the laws and regulations stipulate that the employers should do so. So when we talk about this, I don't see any progress in Taiwan. I'm from National Human Rights Commission, and I've been asked a question about Mr. Kim, and I believe you are asking about our roles on reasonable accommodation. And even though reasonable accommodation is included in the Human Rights Implementation Act, but based on my understanding, the participation of people with disabilities are very limited. And we also believe that when it comes to key performance indicators, those indicators are too easy to be reached. And even though sometimes key indicators are reached, but it doesn't necessarily equal to the implementation of the CRPD. So we've referenced the Implementation Act of People with Disabilities in Australia. So I think in Taiwan, not only we need an action plan for the promotion of human rights for people with disabilities, maybe we need to do more. And as for what Diane mentioned about the rights of expression for children with disabilities, basically, I would say that their voice are not respected enough. And for the issues of children with disabilities, is not widely discussed as well. So based on the CRC's Children's Rights Convention, I can see that the opinions and voice of children only accounts for 1% or no more than 2% in government's discussion. So I will not go into details because of the time being. You could refer to parallel report 2.2 and other parts for more details, especially for point 32 to 35, especially point 35. I would like to respond to the participation of public affairs for people with disabilities. My experience is that I participated in the equality meetings and cultural equality meetings organized by the Ministry of Culture. And in our Gender Act, it said that certain genders' participation should not be less than 1/3 of the whole participation. But in the Act, we can see that people with disabilities are not necessarily participating in those meetings. Usually the case is that people with disabilities are only invited to meetings which discuss about issues with disabilities. But I think that people with disabilities should participate in more kinds of meetings so that their voice can be heard. And in the meetings, we may find that people with disabilities are present. However, their opinions or suggestions are not being taken into account. Another example I can give you is about the establishment of cultural values. So in those meetings, they would ask for people with disabilities' opinions. However, in the actual building of the venue and buildings and facilities, we can easily find that those opinions are not being taken into account. So a lot of times, even though we have representative of people with disabilities, but it seems that it's just a formality. Their opinions are not being accepted. So in the future, when it comes to public affairs, not only we need participation of people with disabilities, their opinions and voice need to be heard and need to be taken and need to be included in the meeting minutes. And when there are any revision of relevant laws and regulations, we also need the opinions of people with disabilities being taken into account.
As I look at the clock, it's almost 1 o'clock. I think the interpreters, sign language interpreters, have been very generous with us. So let us limit to 5 minutes. So kindly help us to finish in 5 minutes. Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you, committee members, to ask for us showing you the content of Mental Health Act. So once again, I want to emphasize that the promotion of mental health is very important, but a lot of times it's not mentioned in relevant laws and regulations. And that's why a lot of times the mental health of people with disabilities are neglected. I believe we have English version of the Mental Health Act online. And I hope that the disputes regarding the Mental Health Act can also be translated into English so that all of you could have a review. For people with disabilities, especially children with disabilities, learning how to deal with their emotional issues are all very important. And I think there is still definitely room for improvement to help our children with disabilities to have a better environment. So I would like to respond to some of your questions. The first question is about the participation of people with disabilities in Taiwan. This is such an issue in Taiwan. Although ministries and different government agencies have invited us to participate, but the frequency of those meetings are very few, probably once a year, two times a year. But that's not enough. And a lot of times our rights and interests are being compromised, and we need to fight for our rights and interests. And a lot of times we need to wait until the next meeting convene. And this kind of situation get even worse during the pandemic, because during the pandemic from last year to this year, we can see that the situations has changed rapidly. But for people with disabilities, we have encountered a lot of questions, a lot of problems in terms of, for example, employment, education, and governments do not necessarily know what kind of problems we encounter. And we need to wait until the next meeting to convene to express our opinions. But in this case, we cannot express our needs in a timely manner. So I hope that government agencies and ministries need to have more substantial actions to help resolve our issues. And as for Patient Self-Determination Act, in my organization, we help provide assistance to people with severe disabilities. But I think that this is a risky regulation for this people group. There are a lot of people with disabilities who would tell us that they don't want to live anymore because there are more and more difficulties and challenges, and their parents or caregivers don't have extra time or effort to take care of them. So they don't have any hope of continue to live. And some people of disabilities, maybe they are in their early 20s, they are a college student, but because they need assistant, and that's a burden for their caregivers. So they would try to, for example, eat less or have sleeping pills to sleep more, so that their physical functions are getting worse in a quicker manner. So if we consider all of these situations, people with disabilities or patients with disabilities can easily give up living. So I think we need more discussion about how to set up a law or regulation that can help this people group. And there's no chance or no opportunity for them to express their opportunity to live.
Close.
Okay, sorry.
Thank you. the bottom of my heart all your contributions in the process and today. There are a number of questions that were not answered. So I ask you to send us your responses in writing in English by 5 p.m. Taipei time tomorrow. Oliver has been kind enough to send you an individual email so that you can send your individual responses in confidential way as well. But you know the organizers. You can continue to help us by providing very concise, to the point answers to those questions that were not answered today. 5 p.m. Taipei time tomorrow. And also, I must ask you for further help. As witnessed today, this interactive part is most important for us. I mean the committee members. To draft the second concluding observations and recommendations. In order to secure the time for this part, tomorrow, make sure to limit your presentations to the agreed time. Always, it's a good idea to start with the conclusion of your points. If you have extra time, in your time, you may pick up some examples. Yes, but make sure you make yourself clear, starting with your conclusion and major points. I thank you once again, and we will be starting in 56 minutes. 谢谢大家。
掌声谢谢我们的国际审查委员们。Thank you once again.
Thank you once for the committee. We will take a lunch break right now. As chairperson said, we will have 56 minutes of lunch breaks. We will begin in 2 p.m. Taiwan time. And there's a lunch box prepared for you. You can take the lunch box and get back here for your lunch. And in the afternoon, we will have a review of Article 1 to 11. Now it's a lunch time. We will begin in 2 p.m. sharp, Taiwan time.
For the review of Article 1 to 11. Thank you so much.那我们这边呢，也再次提醒哦，各位 NGO 如果有要回应的资料的话呢，请在明天下午5点之前传给我们的国际审查委员会的委员们，请把这个英文的回应传给我们国际审查委员会的委员们，在明天8月2号下午5点之前，谢谢。
发布第2次国家报告，分区审查。
湾从各个层面积极落实 CRPD 精神，在法规检视上，歧视性用语、影响权益等法规以及行政措施共462部，2020年9月完成修正92%，未完成部分已提出因应措施并公告。2019年发布的《国家语言发展法》，台湾手语已明定为国家语言，并纳入12年国民教育部定课程。政府重要讯息发布记者会都应配有手语翻译员。自2018年起，每年针对各级政府人员办理易读认知与推广教育训练，推动制作政府资讯的易读版本，以保障身心障碍者资讯禁用权。为提升障碍者服务的涵盖面与便利性，积极布建辅具中心与辅具服务据点，提供辅具服务巡回专车等多元方式，并增设社区式服务据点，成长幅度达33.7%，而住在社区需被照顾者之服务涵盖率，从2017年的14.84%成长至2019年的32.05%，长照及居家服务人数也逐年增加。另外，针对环境无障碍的落实，不论是软体或硬体，都持续改善当中。例如，运用网络科技整合单一预约平台，公开各通用计程车队14日内每小时可服务之车趟数，让身心障碍者可透过 App 预约，打造友善且便利身心障碍者的服务。身心障碍及非身心障碍学生共同参与建制校园无障碍环境资讯公开平台 UCAT， 公开学校无障碍设施或服务等相关资讯，落实友善校园。为落实金融平权，积极推动无障碍柜台及无障碍 ATM 的设置，以服务各类型身心障碍者。为保障身心障碍者参与文化及休闲活动的权利，在各类型活动提供无障碍服务。例如展览方面，提供视觉障碍者从触觉感受文物造型及质感之美，透过易读导览，让心智障碍者能参与文化活动。儿童游戏场近年也在政府与民间力量的推动下展开翻转，往共融的目标前进。旅游方面，推出30条无障碍旅游路线，方便身心障碍者等行动不方便的民众旅游参访。我国依 CRPD 精神，持续推动身心障碍者权益发展，并期待社会看见多元、平等融合、力量无限、幸福共好。
人寿保险推销员啊，房屋中介员啊，证券营业员的执照，然后保全啊，都是失败收场。我们生这种疾病，现在大部分都会害怕啦。喂，大姐。好，谢谢，谢谢你提醒我吃药。天气冷要多加件衣服。我妈是最疼我了，从小她就最疼我。什么事情只要我说 我不想做，他就不会让我做。我生病是大概30岁的时候，因为病情的关系，讲话都很不客气，有时候会刺伤到我妈妈。后来我就拿了一把菜刀啊，冲到他面前说：“那你这么恨我，那你干脆把我给杀了。”我就把刀递给他。然后他就把我送进医院里面去治疗，这样子。
他第一天就是收了2个碗，然后就跟我讲说：“老板娘，我不做了，我觉得我不适合。”然后他就走了。好像再过了大概1个月左右吧，他主动跟我联络，就说：“老板娘，我还是想试试看，你愿不愿意给我机会？”
大概在8、9年前吧，我因为有一个病友，他成功的出去就业，让我很大的鼓舞。我还是不想让别人来养我啊，自己养活自己，独立自主的工作。
那边要进去一点哦，一天要巡8次，要走16公里的路，回去都很累了。师姐辛苦了。事先我一进来，没过多久就告诉我生这个病了。他说他不介意的。
所以他生病的事你也都知道。
但是我因为在这个社会，对，尤其你在这里上班，我一直养护他。
我会希望说，让别的人也知道，我们可以从事这样的一个工作。我有一次做选举举牌的工作嘛，结果摔断了手。后来我妈刚好来看我，她那个意思就是说，我叫你不要出来工作，你就要出来工作。她根本不希望我出来工作，她希望我一直在日间疗院里面快快乐乐过一生就好。
他自己的状况他很清楚，他如果情绪就是不稳的时候，他会跟我讲：“老板娘，我先去吃个药。”那因为我们这个长期有一个默契之后，所以有一个信任感，他们才可以这样子一直在这里工作。
已经出来自己一个人住8、9年了，也应该要会自己照顾自己了，不能老是让妈担心的。我很喜欢现在的我，我觉得我现在我能够自给自足，也是给我一个成就感在。
所以我等一下我是要在后面再去预备吗？后面。哦 ，OK。
感觉你有点紧张。
对，已经流很多手汗了。
小孩是他比较不擅长的。
对，不要再来一些学龄前的，拜托。
来了一群小屁孩。
对。这样坐着哦，所以哥哥要穿这件背架，但是哥哥穿的这件背架背会很不舒服，所以都要这样子翘起来休息。没有关系啦，再加油就可以了。这个糖果送给你吃，好不好？
我觉得遇到最大的障碍跟困难，就是别人对他们这种身障的孩子的不了解。搭捷运最常遇到的问题就是，可能门一开，然后大家都不会让他，或者是进来了就推着他的轮椅啊，什么姿势都有。秉承他是慢性脱髓鞘多发性神经炎的患者，他是在1岁多1夜之间，他就下半身已经瘫痪掉了。他是属于罕病，但是他又不在罕病的公告名单里面，有一点像孤儿病这样子。
在放学的时候，有一次就是有一个小孩直接从前面，因为他们在追逐游戏，然后没有注意到我，就整个扑上来了。对，其实很危险的。
你把形容这个叫什么？
陨石。
有一点震惊，可是我们就是马上就接受他身体是不一样的。如果可以在教育上面下过一番功夫，那秉承他的谈吐还有他的见识，也可以跟别人都不一样。
5岁到什么时候？5岁就11岁。其实我们无障碍空间其实就是秉承每次来的时候，我们就会把这个木做的这个东西拿出来给他使用。对，那也希望可以有身障者，就是可以进来比较方便、比较自由的进出。
跳上去。他又很喜欢音乐，那钢琴他弹不来，口琴是一个比较小巧、携带方便，他走到世界各地，他都可以跟那边的人打成一片。
像这种状况，你就先看。
会观察，对。因为他如果觉得是 OK， 他会继续；然后他不 OK， 他会离开。
他有超梦吗？我有23只超梦，好吗？
哇，超梦可以进化了。有23只超梦会进化。
好，准备做最后一个，停留在下面。太上，很好。
秉承在读幼稚园那一阵子，经常会面对到一天出去被问6次：“弟弟，你为什么不下来自己走路？”比如说，我们倒好了一杯牛奶或一杯水在桌子上，他没有办法把它拿过来，那他的手指头都没有变形，都很修长。那别人会觉得说：“你没有萎缩，你怎么能不写字呢？是不是想偷懒？”一直到有一天，我们在一个便利商店，然后前面有一个老爷爷，很好心的说：“弟弟，你这么大了，你怎么不下来自己走路，还要妈妈这样子推？”所以我就跟那个爷爷说：“谢谢爷爷的关心，如果弟弟会走路，他一定会下来自己走路。”他立刻放下手边的东西在柜台上，然后转身跟秉承鞠了一个很大的躬。他说：“秉承，他说弟弟对不起，爷爷不应该这样子跟你说话。弟弟你加油。”
嗨了吧，你回来了，终于。
去点菜哦。
好。
其实如果每个关心你的人，温暖的方式在关心你，我也知道你不会对别人的关心是这么反弹的。就从那一天爷爷这么一个鞠躬之后，我觉得秉承那个墙好像突然就消失了。会有累的时候，可是其实跟秉承在一起，我觉得蛮快乐的。他听到哪一个 CD， 他觉得很好听，看了电影之后，2个人就可以讨论起来。我们其实有一点密不可分哎，可能别人不会觉得秉承是很棒，或是很怎么样，很会撒娇之类，可是我不知道，我就很喜欢他。
南婷接受访问，
其实走路让脚踏实地的感觉，就是让我们认识这个环境的最重要的那个媒介。
导演回应：
即使有这个声音也没关系。
对啊，因为这样就知道我们的环境旁边一定有要割草的机器嘛，然后它割草就有草的味道。
字幕陈南婷54岁，经常烹饪、跑步、登山，足迹踏遍4大洲50国。
9岁之前呢，我是健康宝宝，然后是一次发烧，第2天就昏迷了，20几天嘛，然后醒过来呢，整个身体就是一直脱皮，诊断是一个叫做史蒂文森症候群，让你的器官部分，尤其是黏膜的部分，就会受到影响，会受损。我是眼睛看不到。
火车站， 南婷和朋友一起坐上火车。
可能是我爸爸努力的，你想要把我治好，哦，东南西北就到处跑。我爸爸就会带我妈妈跟我妹妹全家出游，应该是说去看名医，顺便出游，所以就造就我很爱到处玩的个性。
画面是他从小到大旅游登山的照片，山区他攀爬下山。
南婷姐，对，你的左手再往下一点有树枝。
所以他们对我的教育就是不给我觉得自己是视障者，一切都要求跟我姐妹是一样的。
运动场陪跑员指导南婷跑步，导演对几个陪跑员说：“
访问的时候绳子一拿，我说你是有安全感，他说不是，我就拿着，好像随时我都要上去跑。”
南婷拿着陪跑绳，
要有出来就赶快跑一跑。
运动场上，一位陪跑员牵着南婷手里的陪跑绳，南婷微笑着在陪跑员的陪同下慢跑。菜市场，一个年约20岁的女孩陪南婷买菜。
那是什么？
布丁哦
，100块算你们80块就好了。
好，谢谢。
菜贩把茭白笋装进塑胶袋里。
姐姐送你们一根萝卜吃。
好，谢谢。好，谢谢，谢谢。
南婷家，南婷把鸡蛋放进冰箱，先生王忠义在旁边的电脑工作。
平常我都做事，然后他们就上班。
导演说：“
你就变成那个
厨娘。”
厨娘。
先生王忠义说：“
时间会比一般人长一点，所以他前置作业可能就要花比较久。常常其实9点开始就开始
在准备，
然后12点吃饭。我是32岁的时候失明嘛，所以我在家待了4年，足不出户，你可能无法想象每个月大概只有外出鞋只穿1次，出我家的大门口只有1次，那其实就是去眼科回诊。那我每天就关在自己的房间里，然后呢，3餐就是我妈妈弄好饭菜拿到我房间。
南婷在厨房做面疙瘩，她问先生：“
可以，有没有 QQ 的？”
对，这样好像比较 QQ。所以其实我的家人他们总认为说，如果今天不是南婷出现把我从家里带出去，他们可能真的要照顾我一辈子。我在家4年期间其实都不太讲话，因为太郁闷了因为没有一个宣泄的出口。那跟家人讲，其实觉得也没有什么帮助，所以他们有时候不知道我在想什么，会不会想不开。
家里，南婷用螺丝起子修东西。
但是南婷之后才开始带我在这个黑暗中开始工作，然后开始生活，独立生活。
南婷在运动场边接受访问。
那时候做的种类很多，也录过音、视障辅导，也有办过课程。然后课程有什么学习生活自理啦，他们做按摩的，我要去排课程。然后还有办旅游。旅游我就带视障朋友去欧洲，很快乐啊！因为我觉得做这种事情很有成就感。
画面回顾南婷开心的跑步和亲友共游的情景，
继续玩。
行进的公车上，南婷面向窗外，字幕：即使世界只剩漆黑，人生依旧充满缤纷色彩。画面暗，黑底白字的字幕：障碍不是特定人的标签，而是每个人都会面临的生命历程。字幕转换：尊重差异，因为我们每个人都很独特；支持，因为我们每个人并无不同；接纳，因为平等爱，无爱；拥抱障碍，向每一个生命说 yes。片尾字幕：出版单位：卫生福利部社会及家庭署。社团法人中华民国身心障碍联盟。接着是片尾工作人员名单，包括发行人、编辑顾问、编辑委员及制作团队，主要拍摄对象，特别感谢的个人及单位。补助单位：卫生福利部社会及家庭署，公益彩券回馈金。最后是身心障碍联盟的网址和邮政划拨账号。
工作是神圣的，现在这个任务交付到了狗狗身上。对
导盲犬好奇或惧怕吗？您了解导盲犬的任务吗？其实，导盲犬的工作没有那么神秘。导盲犬会定期健康检查、施打疫苗，不用担心传染病的问题。导盲犬就像小朋友一样，会有各种情绪，也会感受到人类的反应。导盲犬在幼犬时期就会由训练人员及寄养家庭带领到各个地方熟悉人群，练习融入社会。如果看到它们，也不要觉得奇怪哦。导盲犬在工作时是相当自律的，它们不会随地大小便、吠叫，甚至是讨取食物。跟一般宠物犬不同，导盲犬专心工作的时候，千万不要打扰它们，企图吸引它们的注意，甚至是触摸喂食哦。此外，导盲犬就是视障朋友的眼睛。根据法规，不管是训练中的导盲幼犬，或是导盲犬，都可以进入任何公共场所。记得要对它们展现友善欢迎哦。如果无法分辨导盲犬，也可借由它们身上的配件，或是要求主人出示证明文件，避免误会。对视障朋友来说，导盲犬就如同家人一样重要。导盲犬也喜欢主人的陪伴，它们可是乐在其中的哦。在挑选导盲犬的过程中，也会非常重视狗狗本身的意愿。导盲犬与主人之间的关系都是互相认可的，大家也不用担心导盲犬是否会过度劳累，它们会有充分的休息时间。导盲犬的医生都有妥善的安排，退休后也会有良好的照顾。如果您想要跟导盲犬做朋友，也需要礼貌地征求主人同意。但是遇到徘徊不定的视障朋友，您我都可以主动询问是否需要协助，毕竟我们都是友善的好邻居。期待大家更了解导盲犬，导盲犬也能感受到大家的友善，营造友善导盲犬环境，视障朋友行走更放心。
台湾手语已列入国家正式语言之一，除了听语障者彼此之间的使用，手语翻译更能搭起一般人与听语障者沟通的桥梁。因此，手语翻译员可以说是非常专业，像之前防疫记者会、选举辩论都有他们的身影。想了解更多手语翻译相关资讯，请洽各县市政府。手语沟通零距离，社会参与更便利。
什么是人导法？遇到视障者可主动询问，上前帮助。需要引导时，请以手背轻碰他的手背。行进时，可站在他前方半步到1步的距离，让他走在自己右后方。如果前方有障碍物，请提前告知他，详细报道路况。落实问、拍、引、报。人导法。
身心障碍者权利公约施行法，我国于2016年12月发布初次国家报告，并主动邀请5位国际人权专家来台审查，展现我国落实 CRPD 的努力。2020年12月发布第2次国家报告，分区审查会议让身心障碍者及其代表团体能完整且充分参与撰写过程，并检视不同障别、性别、区域的障碍者所遇到的各种问题。台湾从各个层面积极落实 CRPD 精神，在法规检视上，歧视性用语、影响权益等法规以及行政措施共462部，2020年9月完成修正92%，未完成部分已提出因应措施并公告。2019年发布的国家语言发展法，台湾手语已明定为国家语言。 并纳入12年国民教育部定课程。政府重要讯息发布记者会都应配有手语翻译员。自2018年起，每年针对各级政府人员办理易读认知与推广教育训练，推动制作政府资讯的易读版本，以保障身心障碍者资讯禁用权。为提升障碍者服务的涵盖面与便利性，积极布建辅具中心与辅具服务据点，提供辅具服务巡回专车等多元方式，并增设社区式服务据点，成长幅度达33.7%，而住在社区需被照顾者之服务涵盖率，从2017年的14.84%成长至2019年的32.05%，长照及居家服务人数也逐年增加。另外，针对环境无障碍的落实，不论是软体或硬体，都持续改善当中。例如，运用网络科技整合单一预约平台，公开各通用计程车队14日内每小时可服务之车趟数，让身心障碍者可透过 App 预约，打造友善且便利身心障碍者的服务。身心障碍及非身心障碍学生共同参与建制校园无障碍环境资讯公开平台 UCAT， 公开学校无障碍设施或服务等相关资讯，落实友善校园。为落实金融平权，积极推动无障碍柜台及无障碍 ATM 的设置，以服务各类型身心障碍者。为保障身心障碍者参与文化及休闲活动的权利，在各类型活动提供无障碍服务。例如展览方面，提供视觉障碍者从触觉感受文物造型及质感之美；透过易读导览，让心智障碍者能参与文化活动。儿童游戏场近年也在政府与民间力量的推动下展开翻转，往共融的目标前进。旅游方面，推出30条无障碍旅游路线，方便身心障碍者等行动不方便的民众旅游参访。我国依 CRPD 精神，持续推动身心障碍者权益发展，并期待社会看见多元、平等融合、力量无限、幸福共好。
人寿保险推销员啊，房屋中介员啊，证券营业员的执照，然后保全啊，都是失败收场。
我们生这种疾病，现在大部分都会害怕。
喂，大姐。好，谢谢，谢谢你提醒我吃药。天气冷，要多加件衣服。我妈是最疼我了，从小她就最疼我。什么事情只要我说我不想做，她就不会让我做。我生病是大概30岁的时候，因为病情的关系，讲话都很不客气，有时候会刺伤到我妈妈。后来我就拿了一把菜刀啊，冲到她面前说：“那你这么恨我，那你干脆把我给杀了。”我就把刀递给她。然后他就把我送进医院里面去治疗，这样子。
他第一天就是收了2个碗，然后他就跟我讲说，老板娘，我不做了，我觉得我不适合，然后他就走了。好像再过了大概1个月左右吧，他主动跟我联络，就说，老板娘，我还是想试试看，你愿不愿意给我机会？
大概在8、9年前吧，我因为有一个病友，他成功的出去就业，让我很大的鼓舞。我还是不想让别人来养我啊，自己养活自己，独立自主的工作。
那边要进去一点哦，一天要巡8次，要走16公里的路，回去都很累了。师姐辛苦了。事先我一进来，没过多久我就告诉我生这个病了，他说他不介意了。
所以他生病的事你也都知道。
但是我因为在这个社会，对，尤其你在这里上班，我一直养护好。
我会希望说，让别的人也知道，我们可以从事这样的一个工作。我有一次做选举举牌的工作嘛，结果摔断了手，后来我妈刚好来看我，她那个意思就是说，我叫你不要出来工作，你就要出来工作。他根本不希望我出来工作，他希望我一直在日间疗养院里面快快乐乐过一生就好。
他自己的状况他很清楚，他如果情绪就是不稳的时候，他会跟我讲，老板娘，我先去吃个药。那因为我们这个长期有一个默契之后，所以有一个信任感，他们才可以这样子一直在这里工作。
已经出来自己一个人住8、9年了，也应该要会自己照顾自己了，不能老是让妈担心的。我很喜欢现在的我，我觉得我现在我能够自给自足，也是给我一个成就感在。
所以我等一下我是要在后面再去预备吗？后面这边 stand。哦 ，OK。
感觉你有点紧张。
对，已经流很多手汗了。
小孩是他比较擅长的。
对，不要再来一些学音险的，拜托。
来了一群小屁孩。
对。这样坐着哦，所以哥哥要穿这件背架，但是哥哥穿的这件背架背会很不舒服，所以都要这样子翘起来休息。没有关系啦，再加油就可以了。这个糖果送给你吃，好不好？
我觉得遇到最大的障碍跟困难，就是别人对他们这种身障的孩子的不了解。搭捷运最常遇到的问题就是，可能门一开，然后大家都不会让他，或者是进来了就撑着他的轮椅啊，什么姿势都有。秉承他是慢性脱髓鞘多发性神经炎的患者，他是在1岁多1夜之间，他就下半身已经瘫痪掉了。他是属于罕病，但是他又不在罕病的公告名单里面，有一点像孤儿病这样子。
在放学的时候，有一次就是有一个小孩子先从前面，因为他们在追逐游戏，然后没有注意到我，就整个扑上来了。对，其实很危险的。
你把形容这个叫什么？
陨石。
有一点震惊，可是我们就是马上就接受他身体是不一样的。如果可以在教育上面下过一番功夫，那秉承他的谈吐还有他的见识，也可以跟别人都不一样。
5岁到什么时候？5岁这11岁。其实我们无障碍空间，其实就是秉承每次来的时候，我们就会把这个木做的这个东西拿出来给他使用。对，那也希望可以有身障者，就是可以进来比较方便、比较自由的进出。
跳上去。他又很喜欢音乐，那钢琴他弹不来，口琴是一个比较小巧、携带方便，他走到世界各地，他都可以跟那边的人打成一片。
像这种状况，你就先看。
会观察，对。因为他如果觉得是 OK， 他会继续；然后他不 OK， 他会离开。
还有超梦吗？我有23只超梦，好吗？超梦可以进化了。有23只超梦会进化。好，准备做最后一个，停留在下面。再上，很好。
秉承在读幼稚园那一阵子，经常会面对到一天出去被问6次：“弟弟，你为什么不下来自己走路？”比如说，我们倒好了一杯牛奶或一杯水在桌子上，他没有办法把它拿过来，那他的手指头都没有变形，都很修长。那别人会觉得说：“你没有萎缩，你怎么能不写字呢？是不是想偷懒？”一直到有一天，我们在一个便利商店，然后前面有一个老爷爷，很好心的说：“弟弟，你这么大了，你怎么不下来自己走路，还要妈妈这样子推？”所以我就跟那个爷爷说：“谢谢爷爷的关心，如果弟弟会走路，他一定会下来自己走路。”他立刻放下手边的东西在柜台上，然后转身跟秉承鞠了一个很大的躬。他说：“秉承，他说弟弟对不起，爷爷不应该这样子跟你说话。弟弟你加油。”
嗨，爸爸，你回来了，终于。好。
其实如果每个关心你的人，温暖的方式在关心你，我也知道你不会对别人的关心是这么反弹的。就从那一天爷爷这么一个鞠躬之后，我觉得秉承那个墙好像突然就消失了。会有累的时候，可是其实跟秉承在一起，我觉得蛮快乐的。他听到哪一个 CD， 他觉得很好听，看了电影之后，2个人就可以讨论起来。我们其实有一点密不可分哎，可能别人不会觉得秉承是很棒，或是很怎么样，很会撒娇之类，可是我不知道，我就很喜欢他。
南婷接受访问，
其实走路让脚踏实地的感觉，就是让我们认识这个环境的最重要的那个媒介。
导演回应：
即使有这个声音也没关系。
对啊，因为这样就知道我们的环境旁边一定有要割草的机器嘛，然后它割草就有草的味道。
字幕陈南婷54岁，经常烹饪、跑步、登山，足迹踏遍4大洲50国。
9岁之前呢，我是健康宝宝，然后是一次发烧，第2天就昏迷了，20几天嘛，然后醒过来呢，整个身体就是一直脱皮，诊断是一个叫做史蒂文森症候群，让你的器官部分，尤其是黏膜的部分，就会受到影响，会受损。我是眼睛看不到。
火车站，南婷和朋友一起坐上火车。
可能是我爸爸努力的，你想要把我治好，东南西北就到处跑。我爸爸就会带我妈妈跟我妹妹全家出游，应该是说去看名医，顺便出游，所以就造就我很爱到处玩的个性。
画面是他从小到大旅游登山的照片，山区他攀爬下山。
南婷姐，对，你的左手再往下一点有树枝。
所以他们对我的教育就是不给我觉得 自己是视障者，一切都要求跟我姐妹是一样的。
运动场陪跑员指导南婷跑步，导演对几个陪跑员说：“
访问他绳子一拿，我说你是有安全感的，他说不是，我就拿着，好像随时我都要上去跑。”
南婷拿着陪跑绳，
现在有出来要赶快跑一跑。
运动场上，一位陪跑员牵着南婷手里的陪跑绳，南婷微笑着在陪跑员的陪同下慢跑。菜市场，一个年约20岁的女孩陪南婷买菜。
那是什么？
布丁哦
，100块算你们80块就好了。
好，谢谢。
菜贩把茭白笋装进塑胶袋里。
姐姐，送你们一根萝卜吃。
哦，谢谢。好，谢谢，谢谢。
南婷家，南婷把鸡蛋放进冰箱，先生王忠义在旁边的电脑工作。
平常我都做事，然后他们就上班。
导演说：“
你就变成那个
厨娘。”
厨娘。
先生王忠义说：“
时间会比一般人长一点嘛，所以他前置作业可能就要花比较久。常常其实9点开始就开始
在准备，
然后12点吃饭。我是32岁的时候失明嘛，所以我在家待了4年，足不出户。你可能无法想象每个月大概只有外出鞋只穿1次，出我家的大门口只有1次。那其实就是去眼科回诊。那我每天就关在自己的房间里，然后呢，3餐就是我妈妈弄好饭菜拿到我房间。
南婷在厨房做面疙瘩，她问先生：“
有没有 QQ 的？”
对，这样好像比较 QQ。所以其实我的家人他们总认为说，如果今天不是南婷出现把我从家里带出去，他们可能真的要照顾我一辈子。我在家4年期间其实都不太讲话，因为太郁闷了因为没有一个宣泄的出口。那跟家人讲，其实觉得也没有什么帮助，所以他们有时候不知道我在想什么，会不会想不开。
家里，南婷用螺丝起子修东西。
但是南婷之后才开始带我在这个黑暗中开始工作，然后开始生活，独立生活。
南婷在运动场边接受访问。
那时候做的种类很多，也录过音、视障辅导，也有办过课程。然后课程有什么学习生活自理啦，他们做按摩的，我要去排课程。然后还有办旅游。旅游我就带视障朋友去欧洲，很快乐因为我觉得做这种事情很有成就感。
画面回顾南婷开心的跑步和亲友共游的情景，
继续玩。
行进的公车上，南婷面向窗外，字幕：即使世界只剩漆黑，人生依旧充满缤纷色彩。画面暗，黑底白字的字幕：障碍不是特定人的标签，而是每个人都会面临的生命历程。字幕转换：尊重差异，因为我们每个人都很独特；支持，因为我们每个人并无不同；接纳，因为平等爱，无爱；拥抱障碍，向每一个生命说 yes。片尾字幕：出版单位：卫生福利部社会及家庭署。社团法人中华民国身心障碍联盟。接着是片尾工作人员名单，包括发行人、编辑顾问、编辑委员及制作团队。主要拍摄对象，特别感谢的个人及单位。补助单位：卫生福利部社会及家庭署公益彩券回馈金。最后是身心障碍联盟的网址和邮政划拨账号。
导盲工作是神圣的，现在这个任务交付到了狗狗身上。对导盲犬好奇或惧怕吗？您了解导盲犬的任务吗？其实导盲犬的工作没有那么神秘。导盲犬会定期健康检查、施打疫苗，不用担心传染病的问题。导盲犬就像小朋友一样，会有各种情绪，也会感受到人类的反应。导盲犬在幼犬时期就会由训练人员及寄养家庭带领到各个地方熟悉人群，练习融入社会。如果看到它们，也不要觉得奇怪哦。导盲犬在工作时是相当自律的， 它们不会随地大小便、吠叫，甚至是讨取食物。跟一般宠物犬不同，导盲犬专心工作的时候，千万不要打扰它们，企图吸引它们的注意，甚至是触摸喂食哦。此外，导盲犬就是视障朋友的眼睛。根据法规，不管是训练中的导盲幼犬或是导盲犬，都可以进入任何公共场所，记得要对它们展现友善欢迎哦。如果无法分辨导盲犬，也可借由它们身上的配件，或是要求主人出示证明文件，避免误会。对视障朋友来说，导盲犬就如同家人一样重要。导盲犬也喜欢主人的陪伴，它们可是乐在其中的哦。在挑选导盲犬的过程中，也会非常重视狗狗本身的意愿。导盲犬与主人之间的关系都是互相认可的，大家也不用担心导盲犬是否会过度劳累，它们会有充分的休息时间。导盲犬的医生都有妥善的安排，退休后也会有良好的照顾。如果您想要跟导盲犬做朋友，也需要礼貌地征求主人同意。但是遇到徘徊不定的视障朋友，你我都可以主动询问是否需要协助，毕竟我们都是友善的好邻居。期待大家更了解导盲犬，导盲犬也能感受到大家的友善，营造友善导盲犬环境，视障朋友行走更放心。
台湾手语已列入国家正式语言之一，除了听语障者彼此之间的使用，手语翻译更能搭起一般人与听语障者沟通的桥梁。因此，手语翻译员可以说是非常专业，像之前防疫记者会、选举辩论都有他们的身影。想了解更多手语翻译相关资讯，请洽各县市政府。手语沟通零距离，社会参与更便利。
什么是人导法？遇到视障者可主动询问，上前帮助。需要引导时，请以手背轻碰他的手背。行进时，可站在他前方半步到1步的距离，让他走在自己右后方。如果前方有障碍物，请提前告知他，详细报道路况。落实问、拍、引、报。人导法。
《身心障碍者权利公约施行法》，我国于2016年12月发布初次国家报告，并主动邀请5位国际人权专家来台审查，展现我国落实 CRPD 的努力。2020年12月发布第2次国家报告，分区审查会议让身心障碍者及其代表团体能完整且充分参与撰写过程，并检视不同障别、性别、区域的障碍者所遇到的各种问题。台湾从各个层面积极落实 CRPD 精神，在法规检视上，歧视性用语、影响权益等法规以及行政措施共462部，2020年9月完成修正92%，未完成部分已提出因应措施并公告。2019年发布的《国家语言发展法》，台湾手语已明定为国家语言，并纳入12年国民教育部定课程。政府重要讯息发布记者会都应配有手语翻译员。自2018年起，每年针对各级政府人员办理易读认知与推广教育训练，推动制作政府资讯的易读版本，以保障身心障碍者资讯禁用权。为提升障碍者服务的涵盖面与便利性，
提醒各位贵宾，我们下午场次呢再过3分钟。提醒各位贵宾，我们下午场次再过3分钟，即将要正式开始了。有请各位贵宾准备就座。那场次开始之后呢，也请您记得将手机转为震动或静音。Ladies and gentlemen, the next session will begin in 3 minutes. Please take your seats and kindly turn your mobile phones into vibration or silence mode. Thank you. 是 CRPD 条文第1到条文1到11的审查场次。请各位贵宾就座，我们再过1分钟之后就要正式开始了。We'll begin in 1 minute, ladies and gentlemen. Please be seated. Thank you. All right, welcome back.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are now ready for the review section for the CRPD Article 1 to 11. Next, we will review Article 1 to 11. Now over to Mr. Chairman.
大家好 Good afternoon. I'm so happy to meet so many members of the government, including Minister Lim, just like last time, 5 years ago. As I mentioned, one of the advantages of this international review system of the Republic of China is this review takes place here, so that you don't have to select people and send people to Geneva. But you can be based here, you can just come here and respond to our questions. I really appreciate your time and effort. I also thank the members of the civil society, particularly persons with disabilities, for taking part and helping us. Thank you so much. I would like to say a few things about how we are going to proceed. We have a very limited time, so I have assigned some specific time frame for each article. We are going to start with Article 1 to 4. This is a substantive unit, and I've assigned 18 minutes. And I ask the members mostly in charge of those articles to ask you questions. In this case, 18 minutes. You have the remaining time to answer the questions. And if there are any questions you cannot answer in time, please send your answers in English to us by 5 p.m. tomorrow. Okay, so please start the clock, and let me invite Mr. Kim Hyun-sik to ask you questions regarding Article 1 to 4.
Hello, working? Thank you. In case you haven't noticed, I'm working with one hand. That's why sometimes I'm a bit slow. Please understand. I'll start with question number 1 from between Article 1 and 4. First one, the committee is concerned about the government's persistent application of the International Classification of Functioning, Disability, and Health, and hereinafter referred as ICF, as you know all about ICF, to identify the disability since 2012. The problem with the ICF is that it views people with disability as a different, as exception, as others, requiring care, treatment, and protection within social welfare, and health regimes as a way of dealing with their special need. Accordingly, it fails to recognize the normative standard of a human being. People with disability are viewed. In other words, ICF does not apply human right model of disability, but very pathological and medical approach to classifying disability. On Article 4.3, the committee is concerned with the extent to which representative organizational persons with disabilities are invited regularly by the government for consultation to consider the ways to improve the implementation of the convention. Moving on to Article 4.1, the committee is concerned with the government has not, let me try again. The committee is concerned that the government has not yet adopted the National Action Plan under Article 4.1. There are 9 obligations under Article 1.4. The government cannot equate the National Action Plan of the HRC's Human Rights Action Plan that cannot function as a roadmap to implementing the convention. It should represent a commitment by all levels of government, industry, and the community to a unified national approach to policy and program development. The purpose of a National Action Plan is to encourage, recognize, and promote an active commitment to eliminating disability, discrimination, and to promote recognition of rights to persons with disability. Thank you. Those are my questions.
Thank you, Mr. Kim. The floor is yours to answer. Thank you.
I would like to ask the caregiver to address issue regarding ICF. Good afternoon. I'm the special committee member from Ministry of Health and Welfare regarding the ICF issue. Here in Taiwan, started from 2012. We have established the identification of disability from the medical perspective to ICF. When we implement ICF with regard to the physical function and structure, we call BS. With that, regard the activity engagement and environmental engagement. So with that, when we identify the disability, we have done the relevant assessment. But later on, when we combine with the level of disability, we didn't say follow the follow-up. And the consideration is that because the system change will influence or have some impact to the right of the general public. So we consider when we change the code, we need to communicate with the public first. Start from 2 years ago, we started to have analyzed the historical data, and then after that, we asked the disabled group, the DPO, with regard to our proposal for the ICF regarding the environmental parameters and the activity engagement. It will be incorporated into the assessment of the level of disability for discussion. Started from this year, we have started the version 10 of the scorecard for the disability assessment. We will collect relevant information to apply the best system to evaluate the level of disability. On top of ICF improvement, we also care about that the human rights need to be changed. We have provided relevant the care for the demand, including the universal health insurance. We make sure everyone has the right for health care. With regard to the Long-Term Care Act, we also don't limit the disability to receive such a service. With regard to the Special Education Act, we also focus on the people, on the students who need a special assistance. We have not based on disability. Secondly, we also consider many social and psycho disorders. They have a lot of demands, but they have not received a certification of their disability. So we are gradually to open up our service to provide the people with social psycho disabilities. Now we have 49 clubhouses in Taiwan to expand in the next 5 years. They all open for the people with such a demand, but not limited to the people with disability certification. We will move toward the human right-oriented approach to open up for everyone who has the need. This is SFFA. Regarding Professor Kim's question regarding whether the disabled people's organization can engage in the policy making with regard to the relevant service, it was supervised by the protection committee for the people with the right of a person with disabilities. So on top of that, we also have the Human Rights Commission from Ministry of Health and Welfare have a regular meeting. For the Ministry of Interior, we have accessible environmental assessment committee, and from the communication, we have barrier-free communication committee. We also have other relevant disability committee in respective government agencies. The committee will call a meeting from every 3 months to every 6 months. If the disability people's organization have any comment, we are open for communication. And if we receive any mail, it is mandatory to reply and respond. With regard to the mainstream of the overall disability issues, we have enhanced all the education for the government officers and the civil servants to incorporate the concept of disabilities. With regard to the anti-discrimination, I would like to ask the Department of Justice to address. With regard to the discrimination, at the moment, the Article 16, Section 1 of CRPD already mentioned that for all the citizen cannot discriminate against the disabled person, and the fine is up to $500,000 NT. So this is an active bill. Okay, this is a representative from Ministry of Justice. With regard to the anti-discrimination, we have the Article 2A of the Anti-Discrimination Act. Now we have the Anti-Discrimination Act, for example, middle age or senior age employment, senior citizens welfare, and disability act, etc. Nowadays, we don't have a comprehensive laws for anti-discrimination. However, in 2018, the Executive Yuan asked the Ministry of Justice to lay out some draft. And then we have the complete preliminary report in 2019. We have proposed a draft for future reference. The latest information is that the May 5th this year, we have passed the action plan for national human rights. We have laid out the NEP action plan with gender equality. Nowadays, the draft of the English version is on the proofreading process, so we could provide the draft of the National Action Plan.
The instruction of the Executive Yuan. 以上补充。
Yes, this month we will submit the English draft to the Executive Yuan. If you need the reference, we will provide the English version under the permission of Executive Yuan.
Mr. Kim, do you have any additional questions at this time? Okay. I have one clarification question. I have this National Human Rights Action Plan. I think this is the one just mentioned. And am I clear that the English translation of this is being reviewed or revised? Am I correct?
This is Executive Yuan. The English version of the report has been asked to forward it to you before the meeting, but the version in your hand is not the finalized version. So we are currently finalizing the English translation.
Clarification. Yes. Yes, please go ahead, Mr. Kim.
Well, thank you, Chair. I want to go back to Article 4.3, the participation of representative organizations. When I heard your replies to my question, it looks everything is okay. You're doing all the right things, meeting every 3 or 6 months. But you heard from open session this morning, more than 30 NGOs or DPOs made such a loud complaints and expressed concerns about not being able to communicate with the government with issues they feel very strongly about. How come can you say that your meeting with the TPOs are useful, constructive through regular meetings? I found it very difficult to swallow it. Thank you.
Thank you for your concern. Actually, today's meetings and prior meetings, we have already noticed this issue, even though all the committees have included groups of people with disabilities. But in the future, we will continue to review if the constitution of these committees is adequate enough. Other than the committees, in all kinds of regulations and regulations in Taiwan, when we are establishing or making those laws, we will ask groups of people with disabilities to express their opinions, and we have a 60-day grace period before the law is being enforced. If there are anyone who have disagreement or different opinions, they could have a chance to voice out. And other than that, other than regular meetings, we would have ad hoc meetings. Today, many representatives on site have participated in those ad hoc meetings. So if they think these meetings are inadequate, we will improve, of course. So this is my comment. Thank you.
Hello. The other question I want to ask you is, to what extent representative organization of persons with disabilities truly represent persons with disabilities? Because as you know, TPOs, NGOs are political organizations. They compete among themselves for power and attention of the government. I'm just wondering, to what extent those organizations truly represent the issues and concerns of individual persons with disabilities. Thank you.
Thank you for your question. Indeed, this is an issue we have noticed and have concerned for the past 2 years. So that's why when we are revising the People with Disabilities Rights Protection Act, we have stipulated that the participation of people with disabilities need to be at least 1/4 of the total population in the meetings, and we need to have people with disabilities to be member of the committee instead of representatives of people with disabilities to be member of committee. So currently, whether in local or central government, what we have already achieved that people with disabilities account for 25% of the committee members, and we will continue to work harder.
If there are any additional information you wish to share with us, kindly send it in writing in English to us by 5 p.m. tomorrow. Thank you so much. Now we move on to Article 5, Equality and Non-Discrimination. And I invite Ms. Janet Marr to ask questions. 9 minutes starts now. From this article, each session is 9 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, in talking about this area, there has been so much evidence put before us in this particular meeting and in the preparation of it. It's very hard to talk about equality and non-discrimination without asking, did anyone read the 2017 concluding observations? Because it appears in listening and reading the evidence before us that there are some major concerns. So with that as a background, can you please explain the rationale for the revision of the Rights Protection Act announced in June, and describe what process is entailed in that revision? Secondly, whether the involvement of a wide spectrum of persons with disabilities will be involved in the revision, and whether the decision to revise the Act was stimulated by a particular matter of issues, or was it a response to the 2017 concluding observations? And they're in paragraphs 22 onward. Do you want the other questions now? Yes, right. What are the points of difference between the eventually reviewed Rights Protection Act and the proposed Equality Act? Will both acts reflect the recommendations or concluding observations from the previous CRPD review? Is there an intention to implement a strategic implementation plan to ensure overarching compliance when those acts are made legislated? And finally, the IRC expresses concern that there is still no specific anti-discrimination legislation in Taiwan, and there are consistently complaints about inadequate protections for people with disabilities across departments, ministries, workplaces, residences, and in the community. Thank you. That's what I'm asking.
Thank you very much for your concern about equality and non-discrimination status in Taiwan. So your questions is related to the revision of People with Disabilities Rights Protection Act has included the comments in 2017, and the answer is yes. When we revised this act, we have included for example, reasonable accommodation, which is raised in 2017, into the revision of the Act. So without creating extra burden, reasonable recommendation is necessary, which includes all aspects, including education, welfare, transportation, and etc. In addition, in 2007, we also, when we revised the Act, we also said that universal design need to be included. And this time, this revision, we also included the design of the buildings and facilities in the Act. And we also observed that the percentage of participation for people with disabilities is inadequate. So when we revised the Act this time, we also said that all the meetings need to have certain proportion of the participation of people with disabilities. We have more than 6 meetings for the vision of the Act, and we have included all the opinions from different parties. So basically, we have included all the opinions and suggestions. I'm sorry because we have online streaming, so before you speak, please raise your hand so that we can move the camera to you. In 2018, we have commissioned a research and study, and in that study, based on that study, we had drafted the revision. And so we propose a mechanism for complaint, and those mechanisms need to be further finalized. And in our national action plan, we also set a timeline. Before 2024, we will send the Equality Act into legislative yuan. And we have referred to conventions and laws and regulations in different countries relating to equality and non-discrimination. And we have checked the ways how different ministries and government agencies deal with situations involving people with disabilities. So in this regard, we will send the draft of the law to the legislative yuan before 2024.
Thank you for your responses. And Mr. Lim, we have a technical problem. I asked for 9 minutes, but somehow it was indicating 18. So can you have people fix this problem now to indicate the remaining time? 9 from the next question. I would really appreciate that. And as we have some time left for this session, let me invite Oliver Lewis, participating from London, to ask questions as an exception at this time with the understanding of other members. Oliver Lewis, go ahead.
Thank you very much. I think I heard right through the interpretation just now that the timeline for sending the draft equality law to the legislators is 2024. Can you confirm that that's correct? And when will the government produce a draft for civil society to comment on and input on before it goes to the legislature?
That is a progression of the Persons with Disability Rights Protection Act. So the draft has been submitted to the legislative yuan on June 30th, 2022. What Oliver asked was the time frame for the equal right. If it is an Equality Act, that based on our planning timeframe is we will submit a draft by 2024. And then with regard to the communication to the relevant scholars and experts and private sectors, at the moment we don't have a timeline. At the moment we are still review the relevant systems and the rules from relevant departments.
Thank you. And is it the government's intention that the new act will say that a failure to provide reasonable accommodation to persons with disabilities is a form of unlawful discrimination in employment and all other areas, such as education, political participation, healthcare, etc.?
Okay, with regard to the version that we submit on June 2022 for the Persons with a Disability Rights and Protection Act, we also include education, healthcare, and justice. We have asked for the reasonable accommodation. That the equality and the non-discrimination discrimination is on Article 6. Section 1. If there's any discrimination, there will be a penalty. The penalty fee is over 500,000 NT dollars.
Article 6, Women with Disabilities. Let me invite Diane Litcher joining from Toronto.
Thank you very much. First of all, we were very pleased to see that the gender policy guidelines were amended in 2021. But we do have some questions about the amendments so far and what else might be done. We're particularly wondering about how you plan to address issues of double discrimination faced by women with disabilities. And also, we did not see any time-bound targets. So we're wondering if you do have a plan with established targets to ensure that certain issues are addressed. And among those issues, again, taking into account intersectionality, wondering about issues such as assistive devices, housing, mental health support, and other forms of guidance to women with disabilities related to child rearing and child care, and then also specific measures for women who have been subjected to violence. And in those situations, thinking about resettlement measures and other needs for women who have been subject to abuse. So that's a lot of questions rolled into one, but the main points really are related to intersectionality, a time frame with some specific targets, and really thinking about intersectionality. Thank you.
I'm the gender equality representative from Executive Yuan. Allow me to talk about the gender equality, the guideline, why we don't have a substantial plan and the policy. First of all, this is a supervisory guideline. So with regard to the overall policy and the target and the goal and direction strategy, it will including decision engagement, education, health, and the 6 parameters. With regard to the implementation or technical detail, and the substantial plan and action plan have not been incorporated in these guidelines. So as a result, so how to incorporate so-called the multiple and across discrimination, how to remedy and improve that. We were in 2021, we have amended the guideline to highlight the multiple and cross discrimination issues, including for the Aboriginal, new migrant, as well as LGBTI groups concerned. So through these guideline amendment, we have established the issue of those disadvantage into the occupational health, and with 6 parameters, and then to ask each government agency to lay out a 4-year plan, which means this time frame is between 2021 to 2025. Each government agency is supposed to lay out a guideline to promote gender equality. As a result, with regard to the improved multiple or cross discrimination, the action plan does not have not been listed in the guideline, but each department under the executive yuan will lay out a proposal for the 4-year improvement program. So with regard to the anti-discrimination action plan from different departments, we also have a follow-up monitor policy. We have asked the Gender Equality Special Committee, as well as the tertiary level of executive yuan's meeting to follow up. On top of that, we also have laid out assessment plan every other year. The private sector and the Gender Equality Committee will visit the field to review the performance. This is a response to the IRC members' question. With regard to the abused women's settlement, I'm going to ask the representative from Ministry of Health and Welfare. This is the Ministry of Health and Welfare. My name is Zhang Jingwen. With regard to the question, I'm going to respond regarding the abused women's shelter. So at the moment, so called barrier-free for the shelter accommodation is our priority. The government already laid out some budget subsidy to support the private sector to improve their barrier-free facilities. Secondly, with regard to the accessibility of abused women, we provide some social service to help the women with disability to utilize those shelter facilities. Now the local government have an emergency contact window, especially for the victim of the person with a disability. When they contact the shelter facility, the social worker will evaluate the type of disability and service demand, because they have a multiple and diverse demand. So we will provide a diversified and multiple service, such as to healthcare and the diversified sign language translation, etc. So the local government and the private sector can have a consensus and the communication. We will utilize the consultation from experts and professional group to visit and improvement. So we want to implement the service to the abused disabled person.
May I ask for clarification?
Sure, go ahead, Diane.
Chair. Thank you. Just, I'm wondering if you could expand a little bit more on the supervisory and monitoring role. Is it purely advisory? Is the intention to sensitize the other ministries, or is there some power to ensure that ministries meet a certain standard, or are they completely left on their own to develop the benchmarks that they see as appropriate?
With regard to what I mentioned regarding the guidance and monitor of the gender equality promotion from different agencies. At the moment, all the agencies from Executive Yuan have established a dedicated committee for gender equality. They have called a meeting every 4 months. The chairmen are deputy director of each respective agency. They will review relevant promotion activities, including multiple and cross discrimination, the policy, the progress, and review the performance. With regard to these respective special committee, they also have a private sector or NGO to conduct to attend the discussion. Under Executive Yuan, we also have allocated committee meeting. They share the same level as the Executive Yuan's Gender Equality Committee. We also call a meeting every 4 months and focus on the issues proposed by different agencies and conduct relevant discussions. After the discussion, if we consider we need to escalate the issue, so we will send to the preliminary meeting for the gender equality meeting, and then the minister with our portfolio will take the lead to make a jurisdiction for the relevant issue, and then they will submit to the gender equality meeting hosted by the premier of the Executive Yuan, and the community members are the ministers of respective ministry, together with NGOs to conduct the advice and supervise and monitor. Then the Premier will make a final decision regarding the implementation under different departments.
That's much clearer. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Article 7 on children with disabilities. I invite Diane Richler again.
Thank you very much. There were a number of issues that were raised earlier today, and I wonder if we can get some additional information. One of the issues that was raised certainly was that of the evolving capacity of children and making sure that children with disabilities aren't just asked for their opinions, but that they actually are listened to and have some control. And I'm just wondering if you can expand on that and explain how you are trying to make sure that children with disabilities are given the support they need and the education they need to be able to actually speak out on their own and make sure that they're listened to. A second area that I'd like some more information on is about children with disabilities who also have multiple identities, and wondering how you're ensuring that children are considered, they may have a disability, but that they're considered as whole people. And so whether they're Indigenous, whether they're LGBTI, whatever other status they have, that they're treated as whole people, and that either their disability or some other identity isn't given priority in the kinds of support that they're given. We've also seen some references in materials that we received about violence against children, sometimes in special schools, although that's not the only place that that's occurred, sometimes to children who are identified as being LGBTI, and wondering about the kind of requirements that will be placed to make sure that those cases are reported, that there's follow-up in terms of the support that's given to children, and also in terms of eliminating such situations so that they don't recur. And then one last question that I haven't heard very much about relates to early identification. And I'm wondering if we can get some more information about what happens when a child is identified as having a disability, what kinds of support are given to the child and to the parents. And is that something that happens throughout the country, both in urban and rural settings? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Diane, for question. I just add, I watched a film about the violence, sexual violence at the school, residential school for the deaf. I did, so just as a reference. Thank you.
First of all, with regard to the rights of expression for children of disabilities in Taiwan, there's a Rights of Children and Juvenile Protection Act. And we also have this Act of Implementation. So based on these acts, we have asked ministries and government agencies to invite experts and scholars in children and teenagers to participate in the collaboration and policy-making meetings. And we have also noticed that the groups of children and teenagers are of wide variety. For example, for intersectionality, like indigenous people or the disadvantaged, or like students who dropped out of school, or students or children who are being placed in shelters and etc. So we have tried our best to find representatives of these groups to participate in the discussions. And we have also conducted empowerment programs to facilitate their capacity to join public affairs. Meanwhile, when those representatives participate in the discussion, we have concluded meetings in a conclusive manner. In addition, in order to protect their rights, we have stipulated relevant guidelines and reminded ministries and agencies at all levels to closely pay attention to the guideline. In terms of early intervention, I will ask my colleague to reply. In terms of early intervention, we have already set relevant laws. Currently, we have 28 reporting centers, 25 children's assessment center, and recently we are promoting a family-centered, community-based center so that the services are more accessible for this group and their parents. And lately, we are making our efforts to let more children to access early intervention. In Taiwan, there are 368 villages and counties, and 90% of those the villages already have resources available for them. This is the Ministry of Education. In the area of education, we have a 12-year mandatory education, and in the law, it says that there are curriculums, for example, including communication training. We need to train and educate students with disabilities to include in their families, schools, and campuses and communities. And in terms of empowerment, currently we have helped assistive technologies and devices to help students with disabilities to express their opinions, which include visual assistive device, hearing assisted device, and like reading and writing assistive devices. And we have different educational programs. And there are laws which stipulate that schools need to invite students of all groups to participate in the discussion and meeting when they establish IEP. And right now, we already obligate local governments to monitor whether schools have realized the IEP programs according to what we require them to do. And follow up, we will ask schools to report the process of establishing IEP online so that we could cross-check their work. As for the participation of students with disabilities in the campus, we have a special education promotion committee in the schools to provide IEP services. As for competent authorities, currently in Special Education Act, we have Special Education Consulting Committee and other committees to make sure that students can have an opportunity to express their opinion. In terms of rights and interests of students, if students...
I think that we're going to want to ask a number of questions related to this when we get to Article 24. My question now was more related to early childhood and the supports to children and families. So I appreciate your detail, but we're going to want to hear more of that when we get to Article 24. So I'm just wondering if there's anything else you want to add on supports to young children.
Thank you, Diane. I think to this follow-up question, I ask the government to give us your response in writing. Thank you. Article 8, awareness raising. Janet Ma, please go ahead.
Thank you. I need to say that the International Review Committee is somewhat concerned to note that despite laws banning misinformation and misrepresentation of people with disabilities, this type of discrimination and vilification happens still, both in the media and in public, and does not appear to be penalised or publicly curtailed. I think that we all know that the impact of this is particularly clear when we talk about negative stereotypes and negative descriptions of people, particularly those with intellectual disabilities and psychosocial disabilities. There is an implication in public of Taiwan that people with psychosocial disabilities are violent and a danger. And the truth is, a long way from that. I wonder if there's any efforts being made to counter negative stereotypes. You've got information about how the media is managed, but it doesn't instill any confidence that this is actually happening on the ground, particularly now confluted with the impact of social media and their levels of misinformation that can blossom there. Is there an effort, and I mean a concerted effort, that there become a media complaints or discrimination authority that will have the power to address discriminatory speech, prejudice, etc.? And will it be an independent complaints body? Thank you. That's the first thing. I wonder if in all these laws we're hearing about that are being revised and introduced, if there's always an emphasis on the penalties and follow-up of negative things, or is there an equal conjunction with the encouragement of positive discrimination programs? Because that's part of awareness raising. If you know a person with a disability, you're less likely to discriminate against them. I think these sorts of programs are important in business, in public service, in universities, accommodation, awareness and tolerance, all that sort of thing. They're equally important as penalising people. Penalties in awareness raising tend to be reinforcing of the negative instead of creating a positive response. I think the other thing we need to look at is regard to the media organisations and their management of information around people with disabilities. Is there any effort being made to create positive and ordinary stories of a range of people with disabilities who are living their life in ordinary roles and doing the ordinary things instead of the exceptionalism that usually accompanies us through our media lives? People talk about us being wonderful. Oh, you're marvellous, look how you do this, or you're something else. Nobody wants to be that star of the media and disability. All we want is to be treated decently. And more stories about ordinary people with disabilities doing ordinary everyday things is incredibly powerful. Is there any project that's doing this? And finally, education of the National Communications Media Advice Bureau should be doing education to set agreed standards for the media, for journalists, and have aggressive policies to bring redress if these things are breached. And I don't mean fining them, I mean ensuring that they do equally more positive stories. Now, who's going to talk about the communications and awareness?
Thank you very much for your question and recommendation. I'm the representative from Social and Family Affairs Administration. I'm from the National Communication Supervisory Commission. Thank you very much for your question and recommendation. I'm a representative from National Communication Supervisory Commission. With regard to the media and broadcast issue, allow me to comment on that. As the committee member mentioned, that most of those information are or not can be achieved through the penalty or restriction. So with regard to the regulation, when the media apply for the action or the license, we have a rule to enforce them when they engage the recruitment of the visually and hearing impaired the staff. So we have asked the television operator to apply the support officially or not officially to respond their social responsibility as part of their credit. So with that, we expect to encourage the vendor to promote the inclusion of the persons with disabilities and to protect their rights and against discrimination. On top of that, we also encourage them to establish certain mechanism to follow the promotion, like Taipei City government. They have promulgated a certain the spirit of recruitment, like 6-1 and 6-no, 6 yes and 6-no principles, and then to cope with the guideline from Ministry of Health and Welfare regarding recruiting persons with disabilities to convey their job opportunity in the TV industry. With regard to the supervise or monitor about the content of the broadcast and media, it is a self-discipline and together with relevant regulations. So we have a volunteer commission organized by the telecommunication industry as well as the TV industry, and together with a satellite industry to enforce them do not use any discriminated words against the persons with psychosocial disabilities or stereotype or have negative stereotype about the person with disabilities. We would like to avoid the discrimination and protect the rights of a person with a disability, and then so they can practice the positive impact of media broadcast. Each year, we also invite relevant organizations and experts and scholars to meet with the industry and review practical cases to see whether the media should avoid a certain report or try to emphasize certain report to avoid to have negative impact to the right of person with disabilities. I believe, as you mentioned, that we still have room to improve. Then we will work together with the private sector and then to fight for the right of for the person with disabilities.
Additional response, please submit in writing in English by tomorrow 5 p.m. Thank you. Article 9, accessibility. I invite Mr. Kim Hyun-sik for questions.
Chair, I have only one question arising from Article 9. The committee notes with a number of measures the government has adopted through the Ministries of Interior, Transport, Economic Affairs, and Communication, and other measures. However, the committee's concern is the extent to which those measures in reality are coordinated to ensure people with disability truly feel the impact of those measures. Thank you.
Thank you for your question. I think each government agencies, their efforts to the accessibility for the persons with a disability, they have a lot of policies, but we really focus on the coordination and integration of the policy. Nowadays, it is under the executive Yuan's the Rights for Persons with Disabilities Protection Promotion Committee to coordinate these action and policies. If we found the policy cannot implement, then everyone can report to the respective committee. For example, for the transportation, we have barrier-free transportation. For the finance, they have a finance committee to talk about. For the cross-government or cross-agency coordination, we will have executive Yuan to make sure the comprehensive integration. So if we have any issue for any organization, they are free to communicate or contact the government agency. Thank you.
Question is, in implementing those measures, what kind of monitoring system do you have to make sure they are actually implemented? And can you come up with some budgetary information to really indicate that you have budget to implement those measures? Thank you.
I think with regard to the current status, I think this is something everybody care very much. Actually, Executive Yuan pay a very high priority, so our committee will have a monitor regarding those issues. With regard to 2017, when we provide the initial concluding observations, all the issues has been monitored every 4 months is under Executive Yuan. With regard to the budget involved each department, we will be more than happy to provide relevant information after the meeting for the IRC member reference. Thank you.
Thank you. So we look forward to the additional information. Article 10, right to life, and Article 11, situations of risk and humanitarian emergencies. During the negotiations of the CRPD, these two articles were initially one. So we treat them in one session. And I have several questions. The first one is on death penalty. As I asked in this question was asked in the list of issues, just for the confirmation, that the current regulations for executing the death penalty ensure that death penalties are not enforced for persons with psychosocial and or intellectual disabilities. And my second group of questions. I'm showing good death in Chinese. When I read good death at the beginning of the Patient Self-Determination Act, it was concerning. Good death, bad death, good birth, good life, bad birth, bad life. Good birth is eugenics with the Greek origin. And we know too well that life with disabilities, life of persons with disabilities, has been often considered a bad life based on eugenics and ableism. The CRPD makes it sure that life with disabilities is not a bad life. Patient Self-Determination Act singles out 5 medical conditions, as you know, namely terminally ill, irreversible coma, permanent vegetative state, this is a term of the law, suffering from severe dementia and other diseases conditions. This is concerning, as I see a distant, I qualify, a distant parallel between this Taiwan Patient Self-Determination Act and the Canadian Act on Medical Assistance in Dying, in which persons with disabilities are the only group who can access medical assistance in dying or euthanasia without actually being ill. We are hearing that it is much easier to ask for assistance in dying than asking for assistance to live. And of course, Canadian MAID is an active help in dying, and the patient self-determination is much more conservative and only relates to advance decision. So let me invite Diane Richard about the background of this Canadian Act on medical assistance in dying and perhaps some concerns expressed by the disability community in Canada. Diane, please.
Thank you. Initially, the Canadian legislation was prompted by cases that were taken ultimately to our Supreme Court, whereby initially it was a woman with a degenerative neurological disease that was seeking medical assistance to die because of her deteriorating condition and increased pain. And the court decision initially was quite restrictive, but direction was given to Parliament to develop legislation that would set parameters for when medical assistance could be provided, in effect to assist someone who was not able to do it on their own to commit suicide. The main proponents of this legislation have been people with deteriorating health conditions and a lot of pain, and where there was no treatment or possible cure or improvement. The challenge came, the court said that it was constitutionally not an equal, representing equal rights of persons if they were too disabled to be able to take their own lives, and were forced, if they wanted to end their lives, to ask for support. But there was a very fine balance recognized between the need to have people exercise their self-determination, but also to make sure that certain people weren't more vulnerable. And the disability community raised concerns immediately about how easy it might be, particularly for persons with intellectual disabilities or sometimes people with psychosocial disabilities, to be manipulated to ask for medical assistance to die. And the one provision that I think is very important that sounds very different from the provisions in Taiwan is that a person has to be deemed to be competent to make that decision. No one else can make it for them, and simply being in a coma or suffering from dementia would not entitle someone. But that notwithstanding, the concern, as I had said before, was that it seemed to be easier, and in fact it is easier, to ask for assistance to die than it is to be guaranteed the supports that you need in order to lead a full life in the community, or in order not to be a burden on the people who are close to you. As a way of mitigating some of the challenges of the legislation, the disability community, excuse me, aided by ethicists and a variety of professionals, developed what is known as the Vulnerable Person Standard, which is a standard that's been designed to try to make sure that if a person is seeking medical assistance to die, that there's some kind of guarantee that a vulnerable person is not being coerced into that, or is not asking for it when other supports, excuse me, might be available. It's very complicated, and there continue to be challenges to the law, with some people asking for the terms to be expanded so that it would become easier for people to ask for medical assistance in dying, while others, particularly from the disability community, are asking for more restrictions to make sure that people cannot be coerced, and that this isn't something that people are seeking simply because they're not getting the supports that they have a right to in the community.
Thank you, Diane. Thank you so much for sharing your Canadian experiences. Of course, in the context of the Taiwan Act, you might think this is a slippery slope argument, but I must say we have to see the danger in this act and its implementation. So my questions: what are the regulations for this act? What kind of regulations do you have? What kind of data is available? Specifically, since this act came into effect in 2019, how many people who are terminally ill, irreversible coma, permanent vegetative state, suffering from severe dementia and other disease conditions have applied for advanced decision to withhold life-sustaining treatment, artificial nutrition, and hydration? Also, how many people in each category just mentioned above have actually died following the withholding of life-sustaining treatment in accordance with their advanced decision? What kind of mechanisms are in place for the compliance mechanisms? And finally, what is the involvement of the civil society, including organizations, persons with disabilities, in the implementation of this act? And my final question regards Article 11. Recently, I watched the air raid drills in Taiwan on TV in Japan. I asked about this in the list of issues, but again I ask because I just heard from the civil society in that one-arm air raid drill, there was not enough accessibility. So can I ask again about the accessibility and, when needed, reasonable accommodation regarding air raid drill? Thank you.
Chairperson, committee members, you have asked about whether there are provisions relating to persons with mental disabilities. The first is that before or when the court has identified that this person is has mentally disabilities, then the court need to stop the execution of death penalty. So this is stipulated in the relevant laws in Taiwan. There are provisions in place. And second point, you have asked about the policy of the execution of death penalty. In Taiwan, we have clearly stated that we will gradually abolish the execution of death penalty in phases. So the Ministry of Justice has established a committee to research and study if there are alternatives of death penalty. And as we said in the documents, we have a human rights action plan in which we have set up short-term, mid-term, and long-term goals to research and the alternatives of the execution of death penalties. In terms of the revision of laws and regulations, in order to echo the Article 36 of the Convention and the general comments, we have required that the revision of the relevant laws need to take these comments and observations into consideration. And in March 31st this year,
my question was simple. Does the regulations for executing the death penalty ensure that death penalties are not enforced for persons with psychosocial or intellectual disabilities? Is it possible for you to answer in a simple way? Please, thank you.
I already answered your question that in Article 465 and 467 that there are double regulations that in such situation, the Minister of the Ministry of Justice need to stop the execution of death penalty. Chairman, committee members, you have asked about good death. So I will answer this question on behalf of the Ministry of Health and Welfare. My simple response is that the regulation regarding good death is based on Hospice Medical Act. So Hospice Palliative Act is stipulated for patients with terminal illness. Such patient is applicable for hospice care or palliative care. In other words, they can choose to stop active treatment. And in this act, it also encourages general public, or I should say, for all people in the society, if they want to choose hospice and palliative care, do they need to wait until they are terminal patient? And what we are promoting is that as long as they are adults and as long as they are willing to say that when such situation happens, they don't want to have emergent care or aggressive medical treatment, they can sign a consent when they are still healthy. Or they can assign a medical representative or agent who can make decisions on behalf of them. So these are included in our Hospice Palliative Act. And another thing is that this act does not exclude that people with disabilities cannot choose palliative hospice care. So what we think is that as long as there are people who are in their terminal phase of life, they can choose hospice palliative care. And we have no statistic information about whether how many percentage of those people are with disabilities or not. So in that regard, maybe in the future we can try to include this information in the consent so that we can get further information. Another part is about self-determination.
For your replies. Thank you for your answers. And for the remaining answers, I ask you to provide it in writing in English by 5 p.m. tomorrow, including those data. That's very important. And I'm very happy because you talked about the Hospice and the Palliative Care Act of 2000. I'm very much interested in the developments, comparison between that law and this new act, which has really expanded the scope. So kindly provide your answers in writing. And as we have some more additional questions, and we invite the general questions from the members. First, Mr. Kim asked for the floor. So Mr. Kim, please go ahead. This part is for the general questions. Those additional questions or follow-up questions.
Yes, thank you for the added opportunity. Earlier in the discussion, Yuan from Canada asked a question about children's right of expression. I'm sure we had some answers for that. I'm raising this issue mainly because I heard from Taiwan government minister yesterday, you are trying to introduce inclusive education rather than relying upon special education as such. But he pointed out that the influence of parents are so much that it is very difficult to introduce inclusive education. What does that mean? Children don't have the opportunity or the power to express themselves. I'm relating to Article number 12, legal capacity. Yeah, but we have to relate the issue with regard to children as well, because they have the right as well. Thank you.
Other members to ask questions. If you have any follow-up or additional questions for this session. Oliver Lewis, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. Just a question about the right to life and the death penalty, which, Chair, you covered. I think the government representative said that Article or Section 467 of the Criminal Procedure Code was relevant and says that my understanding of what she said was that a person with an intellectual or psychosocial disability at the time of the commission of the offence or at the time of the proposed execution shall be spared from execution. But that's not what the Article 467 says. It said that the prosecutor has discretion if the person to be executed falls within certain categories, one of them which is insanity. And I don't know whether that captures everyone with a psychosocial disability, whether it captures people with intellectual disability. So I just wanted to ask that my understanding is that there is no prohibition on executions of people with intellectual or psychosocial disabilities who had that disability at the time of the commission of the offence or at the time of the planned execution. Is my understanding correct? And is the government going to do anything to change what is obviously a provision in the law which is in flagrant breach of international human rights standards?
Please go ahead and respond to our questions. Thank you.
With regard to the children's right to express their will in our education system, the engagement of children. So in the past, especially during the primary school or junior high school, we usually assign the parents to represent the children to express their wills. With that, at the moment, with regard to the CRC, when we promote Children's Rights Convention, we are trying to change it. For example, so we amend the education system is for the special education committee, and so we applied the IEP. We also enhanced the student themselves supposed to be receive the invitation to participate at the discussion. This was not available in the past, so we are trying to promote the amendment of the laws and regulation. With regard to the inclusive education, so and with current regular education and special education, we don't have 100% balanced support to the need of the students with disabilities. So when the parents want to make a choice, normally they will prefer the special education. So these are the current situation because the option from the parents, they thought that the resource from the special education is more sufficient, perhaps is the best for the child. With that, I think when we look at the students with social and psycho disorder, they are more vulnerable to express their will. With that, the parents' opinion are the domain or the key channels. With that, I think we need to improve the support and assistance to the child so that the student can express themselves. With regard the Louis' issues, as my colleague just mentioned, with regard to the mentally disordered persons, whether the death sentence can be executed. As I mentioned, our Article 445 and 467. So by July 15, 2020, we have an amendment of the death sentence execution. We have incorporated the mental disorder as a criteria to implement the death sentence. We also have the detailed the explanation that in the legislative Yuan that we, with regard to the respect to the Article 6 of the right, and also so it is Article 36 about a regular opinion. So you need to review whether this inmate is because of insanity or lost the ability to control themselves, or lost the ability to express themselves, or they cannot understand whether the action is against the law, or have no understanding about why they are punished. So we will have the law to evaluate whether they really lost their mental health.
Are there any additional or follow-up questions from the members of the committee? I see none. Then I think we can close this session. Once again, I highly appreciate your participation. I mean the members of the government. This is a very precious opportunity for us to have a dialogue with you. We have been expressing our interest, raising issues through our list of issues, and also today's questions and your answers. This is a very important part of the constructive dialogue, as is called in the United Nations as well. As we truly make an effort to implement CRPD, the work of your government is very important. Our role, we have been invited by your government to make sincere, frank, and critical comments so that you can achieve the goals of the CRPD, which, after all, your parliament, your government, and ultimately the people of Taiwan have agreed to implement. And I really appreciate your work in close cooperation with the civil society, who so many of them were here. I thank you for your work today, and I look forward to the further dialogue tomorrow. 谢谢大家。
谢谢，我们再次给国际。
Thank you very much for the IRC members. Let's give a round of applause. Thank you so much for your question and insights, and thank you for the participation of the representatives from ROC, Taiwan government, and also representatives of the NGO in civil society. So I will call a conclusion of today's meeting. Please be reminded if you have any response or supplement information, please provide it before 4 o'clock tomorrow afternoon and submit the English version to our review committee member. I'll see you tomorrow. We will start at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. See you tomorrow.
Participation, and that wraps up today's review meeting, and tomorrow we'll start.
Tomorrow we will start at 9 a.m. Taipei time. We'll see you tomorrow once again, and have a great day and evening. Thank you.
醒各位贵宾哦，我们的随身物品，提醒各位贵宾，我们的随身物品呢，要请大家记得带走哦。我们明天、后天呢，每一天的这个座次哦，会依照这个发言有所不同，会再重新安排哦。所以明天、后天呢，如果要再参加的贵宾的话呢，要再依照这个座位表再入座。那所以请各位贵宾呢，要离场的时候，您的包包、您的随身物品都要记得带走哦。那如果有借口译设备的贵宾呢，也请您在离场之前记得把设备还给我们的工作人员，谢谢。